Good morning, colleagues. Cynthia,
Good morning.
how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. I don't have your presentation.
Yeah, that is true, actually.
Can you call me, please, so that we don't discuss this in the platform?
Yes, let me call you. Let me call you.
Okay.
Hi, Cynthia. I'm at the meeting.
Recording in progress.
Just muted. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, good morning. Good morning to our guests. Good morning to our presenters. Sanibonani.
Yebo Shala, kunjani?
Ngiyaphila, Honorable Singh, unjani?
Ngiyaphila mfowethu.
Great show of
Morning,
strength
Chair.
over the weekend. Congratulations. Great show over the weekend.
Thank you. I'm waiting for Paulson to come online.
Yeah. Is he not here yet? Good morning, Honorable Paulson. Okay, not
Yes,
yet.
not joined yet, Chair.
Not yet. Kindly hunt him. Tell him that Honorable Singh is looking for him. Good morning, Honorable Dlamini.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, and how are you?
Ngiyaphila baba, uyaphila?
Yazi mina ngiphila ngenkani noma kunjani ngiyaphila.
Bambe njalo mfowethu.
Baba.
Honorable Weber, goeiemôre.
Sabona, everyone. I hope you have a lovely day and great having this meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Bryant.
Good morning, Chairperson. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Marvelous.
Wonderful. Good morning, Honorable Winkler.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee. Hope everyone is well today.
Well, I'm well. I can confirm that those that I've already greeted are well. We'll hear others. Honorable Ganjo, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone.
Akondo.
Akondo, Chair, akondo nakuwe.
Hayi, ngabe kudala uveli.
Yeah, siyacela.
Okanye bowuzabona ngetent. Honorable Mbata, good morning. Honorable
Not
Mbata.
yet, Chair.
Not yet. Honorable Mtunu.
Not yet.
Not yet. And Honorable Paulsen, not yet.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, good morning.
Honorable Singh.
Hayi, sengicedile ngomdala. Good morning, Minister Chrissy.
We have an apology, Chair, from Minister. Deputy Minister is leading the delegation.
Good morning, Honorable Magdalene. Le kae, Mme Magdalene?
Hayi, ka ba Ramotlama. Ke a bona le wena o phetse.
Hayi, abuhlungu. Buhlungu empa ke hlajuwe kwana mabane. Hey.
Ba thusitse ba o hlaba, bona ka o hlaya o le motle.
Okay. We'll see who else has joined as we proceed. Our agenda, it's a bit hectic today, so we really have to proceed. From the department, I am told that the team is led by the Deputy Minister, and then Ms. Bendeman. Ms. Bendeman, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I am present with my team. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Grant Holters.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. It's Grant. I can hear you loud and clear.
Dr. Gwaze.
Good morning, Chair. I am present, and thank you.
Ms. Frances Craig. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, Francis Craigie here. Thank you.
Welcome. Ms. Khubela.
Good morning, Chair. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Mr. Mguni Dumela.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, our DM, and all the colleagues. Thanks, Chair.
When you are a record, when you are never absent from portfolio committee meetings. Welcome, Bragit. Mr. Leoncini.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members and Deputy Minister.
You too are breaking the record. Ms. Hani, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister and honorable members. I'm present. Thank you so much.
Luena, you are a robber record. Except last week. Last week we were told you were ill. We hope you are better today.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Mbogodo Dumela.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Wonderful. Thank you. Right, that is the team from the department. You are all welcome, and all of you are here. From Greater Kabel-Jos. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. The conservation area there in the Eastern Cape. Mr. Stenberg, good morning to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Morning, honorable members. Thank you for having us.
Wonderful. Welcome. Dr. Kutsia.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you for having us again.
Good morning to you and welcome. The Council of Elders of the Khoi community. The delegation list here says Ijos B. Peterson. Are you here?
Honorable members. Allow me to just tender her apology because she is with ill health. She's about 80 and she's not well.
The apology is accepted. Please come closer to your mic so that if we invite you to speak, we are able to hear you. But welcome. Good morning to you. J. Felix. Is he there?
Yes.
Raiders.
Also here.
Malusi.
Malusi is also here.
I. Peterson.
Also here.
Wolf Cop.
Also here.
Kainas.
He's dialing in, but he's also present. I see. He's on a different device.
I crop. Kakama gauhuap kengas. Karakana kay ayo. Hamti sadunaha.
Well, good morning. Welcome.
Kaya.
Clayop Argesvent.
Also here.
D. Peterson.
Present, but on a different device.
K. Ferreira.
Also different device.
But present.
But present, yes.
D. Kettle Das.
Present here with us.
S. Isaacs.
Present here with us.
T. Source.
Present, but a different device also.
8. Haller.
I'm not entirely sure, Chair.
Okay. Your team is welcome from the Council of Elders of the Khoi community. Welcome to our meeting. This is a meeting of the Portfolio Committee. We are about to get into it. From Kocha Municipality, Ms. K. Minar. Good morning, Ms. K. Minar. Ms. K. Minar.
Good morning,
Chair, I'm MMC Ruth, standing in for Mayor Hatting-Borman as well. He's with Department of Water and Sanitation, sends his apologies, but will try to join us when possible. So that's his Chief of Staff, Kemana. Thank you.
Okay. You are welcome, Ms. Ruth. The next name was going to be yours.
Thank you, sir.
We'll welcome them in absence. Mr. L. Ramakuela.
Morning, Chair. I'm also present. Thank you.
Lawrence Ramakuela, welcome. The Human Settled Departments from the Eastern Cape, Ms. Mtwini.
Morning, morning, members. In fact, my surname is Kettledas. That one is unofficial, the one that is on the Zoom. But with the processes that are happening in the department, it will seems be removed and replaced by this one. Thanks.
Welcome, Ms. Kettledas. For purpose of this meeting, sakubiza ngaleli cases. Mr. Mkhwashu.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and ministers. All protocols observed. Morning.
Welcome. From the South Durban base, the Community Environmental Alliance there, Mr. Mtembu B. Good morning, Mr. Mtembu.
Chair, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Sanbona, Ngiyathemba ukuthi wonke umuntu uyaphila. I think siyabonga kakhulu ngaleli thuba. Thank you.
Great, welcome. Mr. Desai.
I would like to send his apology, Chair. He's have another commitment.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's noted. From the Engen Refinery in the South Durban base, we're expecting Ms. Moroka Musia. Dumela Mem Moroka Musia.
Dumela Chair.
Rapela Mewapela.
Good day and good morning to all members. Thank you.
Welcome, Rahwa Mukhel. Mr. Vilagazi. Mr. Vilagazi from Engen Refinery.
He is connected, but I can't see him. He was connected just a moment ago. Chair. Maybe he's having some connectivity problems, but he is joining us.
Oh, there he is. There he is. He's probably not used to these advanced technology systems. Welcome, Mr. Vilagazi.
Good morning, Chair, and welcome to all, and privileged to be here.
Good, thank you. Ms. Mdlalose.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Skippers.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. It's good to be here this morning.
Welcome. Mr. Makatini. Mr. Makatini.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I was struggling to unmute. Good morning to everyone.
Siyazazi lezi zinto ziyenzeka mhlekazi. Not everyone is like us. Thina sesijwayele manje. Mr. Ramaka.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, all. I'm present.
Am I pronouncing your surname correct?
It's Ramarak.
Oh, Ramarak. Ramarak. That mistake will never happen again. Please accept my apology. From eThekwini Metro, Mr. Rapalalani.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you very much.
Barimini Bavenda.
Nendi warning Amanda, Chair, Ndando.
Mlando Auna Marotakar. Okay, now that everybody's on board, honorable members, it will be a greatest mistake. Otherwise, I'll be called after here. Chilis, Molosan.
Malaslalo wa munjani.
Akonto kuwe.
Yaphila Nkosi Chair.
Great. Nhlanhla, sawubona Mhlekazi.
Yebo Chair, sawubona.
Uyaphila?
Hayi siphilile Chair, kunjani?
No, right. Uphumile eMpumalanga?
Hayi sibuyile Chair.
Oh no, makusetshenziswe. Darren, goeiemôre.
Chair and others,
How are you?
I'm very well, Chairperson.
Please
Yourself?
reduce the energy, bro. I'm the only one who can meet you halfway here. Please reduce. Okay. Chilis, can you confirm if there are other honorable members who have joined us?
Umambata Chair has joined.
Sawubona Mambata. Mambata, ikoni button lapha, you press unmute. Okay, that's fine. Everybody should be on board by now. Let's really get underway without further ado. As the flighted agenda, and my name is Pogiso Ntibi Philip Matsapole Mutise. I am the outgoing chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. I've deliberately allowed all honorable members to introduce themselves. Some will speak, and at a later stage, you will get to use to them. Can we check if there are apologies, Chilis, officially?
Yes, Chair, I have received apologies from Minister Chrissy, the MECs for Human Settlement and Environmental Affairs in the Eastern Cape Chair, the Mayor of Kucha Local Municipality, and the Mayor of eThekwini. And then, Chair, the colleague from the Department of Environmental Affairs, I think will have to address the committee. I don't have their presentation, but I will hand it over to her.
Environmental Affairs from where?
From the Eastern Cape Chair.
Okay. Can you quickly start with Minister Chrissy, eThekwini Mayor, and the Mayor of where? The apologies.
Kucha Local Municipality Chair.
Kucha, okay. And?
Yes, and then the MECs.
MEC for?
Human Settlements, Eastern Cape.
Okay.
Environmental Affairs, Eastern Cape Chair.
Okay.
And Ms. Chabalala, the DG.
And the DG.
Yes, Chair.
Are those the only apologies?
So far, Chair. Those are the apologies that I've received.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, can I check with you if there are any other apologies that you'd like to register with us? None. Silence means consent. Okay, let's then get into it. Can I get the mover for the adoption of the agenda of today's meeting?
Chair, I move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Opa Singh. Thank you very much, Honorable Kancho. The agenda as adopted is how our meeting is going to be guided today. Mr. Stenbeck, are you ready for us?
I am ready, Honorable Chair. If we could, Dr. Wenzel Kutze is going to be running the presentation today, so he could just get permission to share his screen, please.
Can you also come closer a bit to the mic, Mr. Stenbeck?
I will do. Is this clearer, Honorable Chair?
Much clearer. Well, we know this face. Have you changed the surname?
I haven't actually. Same surname as last time, Honorable Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you might have visited Home Affairs. Welcome, Mr. Stenbeck. Well, oh, Mr. Koze, I was going to recognize that face too. Okay, your time starts now. It's now 9:50. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Redstone, the way you switched your video so quick on, You wanted to be acknowledged. Welcome, Mr. Stone.
Honorable Chair, I seem to be unable to share the presentation from our side. It says that the host disabled the participants to share screens.
Okay, Chileka, can you attend to that? Is that the presentation that must be led by Mr. Stenberg?
That's correct.
Okay, Chileka will assist you certainly.
I did, Chair.
Should be sorted now. Please try again, Mr. Stone.
Thank you.
There you are.
Good. I'll get started then. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and members for having us back. We really enjoyed our previous engagement, found it very constructive. And I have to say, I'm extremely impressed at the efficiency with which this follow-up has been pulled together. I think we have all of the right people in the room for a healthy engagement, and I'm looking forward to it. To the stakeholders and the government departments that have been invited to present today on this matter, thank you very much for giving up your time, this cause. As one of the honourable members pointed out last time, there's always many sides to a story, and I'm glad that we'll get to hear all of them today. So this presentation will be a very quick recap for those people that weren't at the last presentation. In short, we're here to try and give a voice to a very unique piece of land in the Eastern Cape, just near Jeffreys Bay, that contains biodiversity found nowhere else in the world. Next slide, please. The Greater Kabeljous Partnership is a civil society movement working towards the goal of having the entire area between the Gamtoos and Kabeljous rivers formally declared as environmentally protected areas. So on the map, that's all of the yellow outline that you can see. Why is this sort of size and scale important? Biologically, this size of uninterrupted nature gives the critically endangered ecosystems in the area the best chance of survival. So it's important that it's big. This vision is closer than you might think. The green shaded area there, the Kabeljous Nature Reserve, is already a nature reserve. And the unshaded area within the yellow outline is private land where the owners have agreed in principle to commit to their land to conservation on the basis that the government land is also declared. We think the resulted protected area would be an incredible asset for all of the inhabitants of Coca, for the many Khoikhoi who trace their ancestry back to this land, for the Eastern Cape, for South Africa, and really if we can preserve these critically endangered ecosystems, it'll be an asset for humanity. The land that will be the focus of today's engagement is the yellow shaded area. That is a piece of land which is owned by the Provincial Department of Human Settlement. It's about 530 hectares. The entire area shaded with the yellow outline is around 2,400 hectares. The formal declaration of the yellow shaded area is a process that has been going on for at least 25 years. The biodiversity on that yellow shaded area is currently under threat, and it's this threat that's moved us to take action to try and preserve it. We're doing everything that we can, but at this stage, we really need government to take it to the next level, and quite urgently, and that's why we are in front of you, the committee today. So, as I said, this is just a very quick recap. I'm going to hand over shortly to a biologist, Dr. Wenzel Kutzer. He'll quickly recap the steps the environmental importance of the land. Mr. Ricky Stone, environmental lawyer, will also speak. And then you may recall from our previous presentation that we included an endorsement from one of the Khoikhoi groups that we have been working closely with. We're very happy today that Hub Edmund Stearman is also with us, with our delegation, to give his endorsement of our vision in person. Hub Stearman obviously represents a family name widely recognized in the Eastern Cape. You may have flown into the Chief David Stearman Airport in Klabaga before. And so we'll hear his endorsement. With that, over to you, Dr. Wenzel.
Thank you, Michael. So just a quick recap of why the area is important, and I'll keep this very brief. So the area is widely recognized for its exceptional biodiversity and immense conservation value. and conserving the area is well aligned with government's strategic conservation priorities. And just to name a few examples, the area is recognized as a high conservation priority by the Eastern Cape Protected Area Expansion Strategy, as well as by the National Protected Area Expansion Strategy. The area is also regarded as a critical biodiversity area by the Eastern Cape Biodiversity Conservation Plan, and the highly irreplaceable biodiversity is well recognized. The area is exceptionally diverse, and it contains at least 5 different ecosystem types, the largest of which is the ecosystem type known as Humansdorp shell renosterveld. Now, it's quite important to note that Humansdorp shell renosterveld is listed as an endangered ecosystem under the National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act. There's very little of it left, and there's virtually none of it under formal conservation. The area also has quite a number of threatened species, plant species and bird species of special conservation concern, including species that's critically endangered and endangered. There has been a long history of attempts to try and conserve the Papiesfontein and Kabeljou state land, with records going back as far as 1999, records of decisions by provincial conservation authorities to declare the land as a nature reserve. Unfortunately, I don't have time time won't allow me to elaborate on the whole history. So instead, what we've done is we've sent some of the most important records of documents to this portfolio committee during the past week. But what I would like to do is I would like to draw the committee's attention to some of the more recent positive decisions that were made in the more recent past by the provincial authorities to have the land conserved. In 2017, the Provincial Conservation Department wrote to the Department of Human Settlements expressing support for the Papiesfontein state land to be declared as a nature reserve. Also in 2017, the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency conducted a biodiversity assessment for the land, and the Biodiversity Stewardship Review Panel confirmed that the Papiesfontein land does qualify for nature reserve status. In 2019, the Provincial Conservation Department approved the memorandum and resolved to formally declare the Kabeljou Reserve as a provincial nature reserve, and to have the ownership of the Papiesfontein state land transferred to the Conservation Authority and to have it declared as a nature reserve as well. While we commend these efforts from the various conservation or positive decisions from the conservation authorities, there has been unfortunately very little tangible progress in actually getting the land transferred to the conservation departments and to get it declared. And we fear that, like in the past, this may be a decision that was made that won't be implemented, like the long history that I've referred to. And the longer that the land remains undeclared, not declared as a reserve, it's vulnerable for threats, like unlawful land occupation. Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you very much, Wenzel, and greetings to the chairperson and all members of the Portfolio Committee. I was just quickly going to go through some of the important legal aspects that apply to the land. So as we mentioned previously, on the 5th of December 2022, which is just over 15 months ago, the Papiesfontein state land was unlawfully occupied by a small group. They proceeded to build numerous unlawful structures, blocked public access to the land, which the public had enjoyed for generations, and also created an unlawful connection to the bulk metro, that's the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality waterline. The unlawful occupiers further committed various statutory criminal offences by clearing more than 2,400 square meters of endangered vegetation, and that covered 2 sites. This is in direct contravention of NEMA and also NEMBA. This has caused serious fragmentation and degradation of the endangered Humansdorp shale renosterveld, which is the listed ecosystem in terms of NEMBA. And this is already an ecosystem that's at major risk of ecological collapse. This unlawful clearing, especially of the Humansdorp shale renosterveld, also poses a serious threat to the continued presence and the future breeding of the endangered black harrier and other threatened species in the area. Next slide, please, Wenzel. Then just briefly, we mentioned in our prior presentation that we were quite encouraged by various steps taken by local government and provincial government, and we are quite delighted that the Portfolio Committee has asked them to be present today and to present. So the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, who own the land, committed and confirmed that they have either already launched an eviction application or would launch it shortly, and this would be to have the unlawful occupiers evicted from the Papiesfontein land. The local municipality where the land is situated have instituted many months ago already a High Court application in the Gqeberha High Court to compel the Department of Human Settlements to take action against the unlawful occupiers. This would entail the Department of Human Settlements putting in place steps to make sure that no further environmental damage occurs, and also that all unlawful structures are demolished. Then the Provincial Environmental Law Enforcement, the Green Scorpions and DDEET, we've made various complaints which unfortunately have not been responded to in respect to the commencement of listed activities. Next slide, Benson. Then just briefly to touch on our request to the Portfolio Committee. We obviously had 3 requests in our last session. It's now down to 2 because our main request was that the Portfolio Committee calls the responsible provincial and local government officials before this committee to answer for themselves. So our 2 further requests then would be that the Portfolio Committee continues to exercise its very important statutory oversight role, and that ensures that DFFE expedites the process to transfer the Papiesfontein state land to an appropriate organ of state that does have a conservation mandate in the province, which would be DDEET. We then also would call on the Portfolio Committee to help expedite the formal declaration of the area as a provincial nature reserve in terms of the Protected Areas Act. Next slide, Wenzel. Then we mentioned, Michael, when he introduced us all, that the land is not just environmentally significant, but it's immensely culturally significant to many Khoi and San people and communities. So it's got very deep cultural significance. There's some 85 documented archaeological sites on the land. We have no doubt that if archaeologists had to spend much more time on the land, they would discover many more valuable archaeological remains. Michael did mention that Carl Edmund Stearman had previously endorsed the work of the Greater Kabulios Partnership, and to affirm his endorsement, I'm going to hand over to Carl Edmund Stearman to speak to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Carl Stearman.
Good morning, Chairperson and committee members and all members participating in this discussion. I am Carl Edmund Wayne Stearman, the 8th generation descendant survivor of the wars of dispossession during colonial times, with a traceable bloodline, descendancy, and a proven documented history, which started between Kemtus River, Kabel Jous River, and Luri River, of which Papiesfontein are a small portion of. The community which I'm leading are very firm in their stance when it comes to being orderly and respecting that which are written in law. Currently, sadly, I have to admit, there are no Khoisan leaders that are legally recognized in South Africa, as we are all awaiting for a process to reach its conclusion, when applicants of Act 3 of 2019, Chairperson, that you might be aware of, will be issued with certificates of recognition by our government. We are in support of declaring this area as a conservation area, as it holds cultural and sacred values for us as a community, the Gamtower ethnic community that has been living in this area since time immemorial. As earlier mentioned, our great ancestors were the ones that resisted all these colonial advances, and that's why we can say today to the portfolio committee that we say we are. And if I may just use an example also, that you can't have different ethnic groups entering into other ethnic group spaces and claim authority in that spaces. So yes, we are partners with the Greater Kabel Joes Partnership, and we are in full support as a community that this area must be declared as a conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edmund. Chair, Honourable Chair, with that, our recap is over, and we are happy to hand back to yourself.
Chair, are you there?
Yes, I'm Honorable Singh. Thank you very much to all the presenters. I was just preparing my notes here. Now, my understanding is that all these of Kabel Joes are interrelated. My advice is that we must take all the presentations, then can engage. Is that doable?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, it is.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sorry, Chairperson.
Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a problem with that in theory. The only thing is I think there's going to be a substantial amount of information that's going to come through. So I'm just concerned that we might lose track with some of the questions and answers. But if you prefer to do it that way with the committee, then I'm happy with that. We're just going to have to make sure that we allow enough time at the end for questions and answers, because I think there's going to be a substantial amount that's going to have to happen.
Okay, I think that's the only way the best way we can do it, Honorable Bryant. Ours will then have to take notes. I'm afraid that the questions that we might ask from the first presenter might be the same questions that we might need to ask from the second presenter and all that. So, so without tautology, who is Steerman? Thank you, Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to recuse myself from the meeting because I'm hosting the Department of Science and Innovations in Northwest University. We're busy with the program, so I will have to leave. Thank you.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine, Ms. Ntate Steerman. Chief Peterson, are you ready for us?
Aya set crop ti kwedu ti ona ke kau khop ti kam crop kami tire ke kami kwa di karamat kai semut sasi pot tire ke kora kona tire ke kami kwa di karamat kai se ke kuha.
Okay, one second, Honorable Singh.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. I appreciate the Chief speaking in the sign language, but I would appreciate it if he continues that we have some kind of translation, unless he is reading this particular document that we can follow. That'll be helpful, otherwise we could have interpretation. It'd be unfair not to follow what he's saying if he continues in a language that maybe some of us don't understand. And the other point I wanted to make, Honorable Chairperson, I think at some stage we've got to flight the letter written to Chief Peterson by Honorable Creasy. And I take it that it deals with this very matter of saying that the department will coordinate further engagement with all parties involved. I'm just reading the last sentence because I think that's relevant to this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Both your issues are noted, Honorable Singh. My belief is that Chief Peterson was going to try as much as possible. Perhaps let me take on behalf of the committee, apologize that we do not have the translator. And this is not out of disrespect of the sign language. Please accept our apology and the COI. We'll certainly make sure that in our next engagement, we find somebody who can interpret. But just for purpose of this meeting, my chief, please try and speak in English. Otherwise, we might be able to intervene in issues we are required to do so. We apologize again for that interjection. Please proceed. Come closer to the mic. You are muted.
Kaire ake ayo hamti sadu hua etsep komare Hassan ke Kora Kobab. Chairperson, allow me to just indicate to the portfolio committee that I was going to translate what I was saying, but it is traditionally expected of me, and this is something that I don't understand how Steerman could not understand this thing, that it is traditionally expected to introduce myself in my native tongue. And in doing so, I call upon my ancestors to form part and parcel of this meeting. Any Khoi and San or traditional leader would understand this, because this is a tradition that has been coming for generations. Needless to say, I'm not here to ridicule anyone pertaining to indigenous beliefs and indigenous practices. All I'm saying is government acknowledges 5 different ethnic groups, or groups or groupings, if I can call it such. The one they call the Cape Khoi, the other one they call the Griqua, the other one they call the Korana, the other one they call San, and the last one they call the Nama. I was speaking in Kora Kobab. Kora Kobab is the language of the Korana people. I am Korana. And that means that if Gaut Steerman identifies as Cape Khoi, he cannot get interfered into the business of the Korana people. I'm just putting it there so that we understand. There's different groupings, there's different. He cannot come and make as if though he represents all the Khoi and the San. It does not work like that. Hence, the legislation that was promulgated by this democratic government called the Traditional and Khoi and San Leadership Act 3 of 2019 that recognizes these different structures. But allow me to start my presentation, Chairperson, in saying that I am an African. I owe my being to the Khoi and the San, whose desolate souls still haunt the great expanses of this beautiful Cape. They who fell victim to the biggest genocide this country has ever seen. They who were the first to defend, to lose their lives in the struggle to defend our freedom and independence. And they who as a people perished in the result. Today, as a country, we keep an audible silence about these ancestors of a generation that lived, fearful to admit the horror of a former deed, seeking to obliterate from our memories a cruel occurrence, which in its remembering should teach us to never be inhumane again. Today, we as the Karamatais with my elders and traditional council are now giving the opportunity to this democratic government to ensure that we never be inhumane again. In saying so, that my domicilium Sitandi Eksukitandi is the Karamatais Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center. The Honorable Singh referred to a letter In that letter, the name Karamatai's Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center is stamped in that letter from the Minister Barbara Creecy. It is former President Jacob Zuma who said, and I quote, "When Jan van Riebeeck landed at the Cape, our problems began. When he landed, there were residents here who welcomed him warmly," unquote. Now you have the tree, Chairperson, which came from England, this country, as an alien. Those with ancestry from England are not considered alien or invasive. You have the Moku tree, which is found here in the southern parts of Africa, at the southern tip of the African continent, and is legally called indigenous. Yet, we who originate here, whose ancestors originate here in the southern part of Africa, is not considered indigenous. If that was so, we would not be here having this meeting. Now, the Karamakai is a great place. Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center aims to establish a tourist culture and a great place. The chief.
Sorry, Chair, I think he's breaking up.
I realize that, Honorable Speaker. My chief.
Culture.
Please, are you able to try and advise that they get a proper reconnection?
I will talk to them, Chair.
I think he's completely cut now. Kindly check with them if they are able to try and get a stable connection, because we're really missing out. In fact, we might not have heard anything.
Okay.
Whilst they are doing that, can we bring the Human Settlement Eastern Cape Department?
Nomboniso will present, Chair.
Nomboniso, Molo Sisi.
Moro, Chair.
Yeah, we will go back to Chief Peterson.
Okay. Kileka, you're going to assist us with the presentation flighting?
No, Sisi, I've given you the sharing rights.
I won't be able to flight it. Since you've got it at your disposal, can you help me with the flighting of the presentation?
Are we winning, Tailega?
Chairperson?
Yes, my chief, you got cut. There was a time that we could not hear a thing from you. Are you sure your connection is stable now?
It is stable now, Chairperson, and I humbly apologize for this technological error that crept into the presentation. However, allow me to proceed to not delay us any further. I was at the Karamakai, or in order to understand, if I understand or if I'm correct in saying that I stop there, in order to understand the cultural significance of this application, and in order to bridge or mend the historical injustices created by colonialism and apartheid, it just seems fair to explain our ancestral history and the significance of us as a people. The Karamatais originates from the praise name of one of our earliest leaders, dating back further than the first arrival of Jan van Riebeeck at the Cape. The Karamatais originates from the praise name dating back to K. Karep, which was a sharpshooter with bow and arrow, who was left-handed and was praised for that. Hence the name Left Standing Kingdom. You can go into the archives and you can search the Karamatais and its history. You can search the Left Standing Kingdom. You will find it in the archives. Karamakwena, or Left Standing people, are the descendants of K. Karep, resulting in the name Karamatais, which are part of Koratona, also known as the Korana Nation. The Lynx Royal House in Koga, aka Gamikwa, is a clan which forms part of this Karamatais Korana Kingdom, which is spread over parts of South Africa, Lesotho, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. The Lynx Royal House in Koga consists of branches in Humansdorp, Jeffreys Bay, St. Francis Bay, Oyster Bay, Kabeljous, Hankie, Potensi, Luri, Thorny, Longmore, and all the outer boundaries of Koga's municipal area. You can go and verify this with our membership that is currently in the hands of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Tradition and Traditional Affairs, when we made application to the Commission on Koi and Sand Matters. We, as the Gamikwa, you can go and reference this again, as the Gamikwa here in the Eastern Cape was the first applicant that conformed to the application of the law, which states that any traditional community or Koi and Sand community, any senior Koi and Sand leader, or any branch head or branch must make application to the Commission on Koi and Sand Matters to be recognized as a Koi and Sand community and leadership. Now, again, I don't want to go and ridicule anyone, but I can say for a fact that Gaup Steerman has not made application to the Koi and Sand Commission, but we were the first to make application to that commission. The application serves to establish a centralized venue to not only act as a great place, but also as a community hub, which will serve as a one-stop to not only practice our culture, but also exhibit and educate society and tourists on the cultural practices in an environmentally protected environment. The purpose is not only to restore the land people, not to establish a great place where the descendants of Korah can practice our ancient traditional customs, but also to ensure that we enjoy the freedoms as depicted in the prescripts of the Leadership Act 3 of 2019, free from discrimination and oppression. Having said this, the application is, and its approval will also provide food security, economic development, tourist opportunity, sustainable preservation of nature, biodiversity education, and many more opportunities that must be welcomed and appreciated by this democratic government and the society as a whole. We as Koratona or Korana Nation has always been one with nature and always understood the importance of protecting our natural resources and including flora, fauna, and our minerals. Ask Francisco de Almeida what happened and why he met his fate at Salt River when they tried to steal our natural resources, Honorable Chairperson. The proposal or proposed development of Karamatais Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center is based on a design of permaculture, of sustainability and eco-living in a historical setting where we can freely practice and express our cultural traditions. In the life of Koratona, there are different cultural rituals that needs to and must be performed. They are called now, which include teaching our children to hunt. And it is done in our boys' initiation called Ididorop. To preserve nature is one of those fundamentals, and to raise livestock. Those are part of who we are as a people. The project is aimed to unfold as a working demonstration model, teaching other nations, other cultures, agricultural schools, academics, university students, local communities, as well as interested adults and teachers from the broader community of South Africa on the preservation of nature, where one can still live a sustainable lifestyle in an agricultural environment which will still protect our rich biodiversity. The emphasis is both on rural poor and urban dwellers, teaching individuals the relevant steps and knowledge and the knowledge required for sustainable living in today's harsh economic climate. The business plan is a comprehensive document that not only focuses on cultural practices, agricultural farming or sustainable living, or even commercial trade, economic development, cultural tourism, or biodiversity, but also focuses on having all these factors addressed while still ensuring the preservation of our natural resources and is split into various sections. You will notice in that business plan, the method of construction will be with rammed earth harvested here on the Great Place. The program will cross economic and social borders and spread the importance of permaculture awareness, food, water, soil, shelter, solar, alternative energy sources among individuals and into the communities. Self-empowerment and economic freedom is attained through the independent acquisition of food and water via implementing permaculture techniques, rainwater harvesting, and harnessing of natural energy. These practical techniques will be taught at the training facility of the Karamatai Skouga Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center, also known as Papiesfontein, here in Jeffreys Bay in the Eastern Cape, South Africa. The focus is on skills development training, which will be taken back into our communities. This development plan serves to motivate the establishment of a biodiversity center situated in a proposed nature reserve, which is what we are also proposing. We are not contesting the establishment of a nature reserve, nor are we contesting the protection of biodiversity. On the contrary, Chair, we are in full support, and that's why we have taken it upon ourselves to come and reside here on the property to ensure that it doesn't deteriorate any further, because there was lots of cows grazing here from a previous neighbor called Frank Lotter, who we evicted those cows because they were more than 350 cows that was grazing in the wetland when I arrived here. And I asked and told Mr. Frank Lotter to come and remove his cows because that number, substantial number, is creating a problem to our environment. As I said, Chairperson, the focus is on skills training, which will be taken back into the community. This development plan serves to motivate the establishment of a biodiversity center situated in the nature reserve with special consensual use of old fallow farmland for the permaculture and eco-village development program. The model that the Karamatai Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center is developed and is inspired by Seb Holzer, an Australian-born international consultant for natural agriculture, and Bill Mollison, who is a Tasmanian-born founder of the Permaculture Institute in Tasmania. Both are permaculture experts. We have followed Bill Mollison's permaculture design course, and we are greatly inspired by Zeb's 30 years experience in creating a successful microclimate by mimicking nature, presenting sustainability in a biosphere at its optimum. In South Africa, the use of indigenous knowledge, which is our ancient way of living, and modern technology offers us the information that we need to combine and adopt the effective tools we require for finding solutions for individual and community survival. In accordance with the government's policy on transformation and of encouraging and establishing effective land use and rehabilitation, the Karamatai Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center has begun implementing this process by researching techniques that does not conflict with our ancient traditions and indigenous methods of farming. To get to the transformation part, Chair, this is why I fail to understand how we as a people that live currently in full symbiosis with nature cannot be regarded the custodians of nature. Why is it that only a certain individual group can be the ones responsible for looking after nature when they found us looking after nature when they arrived here? The first objective would be to implement livestock infrastructure, which we've done already. The clearing of alien trees from watercourses, and lastly, implementing a program of reforestation. Parts of it we've already proceeded with, but I am waiting on the office of MEC Mvoko to send a specialist team to come here and advise us. You'll notice in the correspondence that I've sent to the secretary, to come and advise us exactly which alien vegetation should be removed and how we should proceed with removing this alien vegetation, but turning it into a economic spin-off where we can make charcoal and the likes from these alien vegetation. I've already engaged with Mr. Dalen Govender and Mr. Louis Els at the department, but that you'll find in your correspondence as well, Chairperson. Our first objective is that, and then as well as medicinal and edible plant nursery fields as part of our indigenous knowledge system. The preservation of the unique flora and fauna will be demonstrated with the sensitivity of the development of a biosphere and the attention given to careful planning and designing of different permaculture zones for living, which is housing, permaculture, agriculture, food and harvesting, and the protection of wildlife. Since, and I can put this on record, since we've moved into this property, Chair, we have not harmed a single animal. We have not hunted any of the antelope. On the contrary, when we arrived here, we had to search to see where is antelope. Today, anyone that drives in here, if you walk for less than 100 meters, an antelope will jump up and run for protection. Also, Chair, in these cages that one of the scientists or conservationists showed, or the legal person, Mr. Ricky Stone, in one of these chambers, I am currently caring for 3 different boomslang. When we moved in here, there was only a male and a female. The female has moved out of the cage, but now currently there are 3 different green male boomslang that I make sure that they are protected. I make sure that no one goes near that cage, Chair. But those are just a few of the elements that we've done since we've moved in here. When we moved in here, they were poaching abalone on this coastline, and our law enforcement did not do anything to disturb that. This is why there is a huge fight to remove us here, because they want to continue with this illegal activities that used to be here. This application now from Koga municipality is a front, because it is not pure intentions, and you will see later in the presentation, Chair, why I am saying so. But the focus of our model is to ensure the creation of a biosphere model, ensuring environmental and economic sustainability. This will be the learning site for communities, students, and lecturers who will be continually working on solutions that can translate into global principles and sustainable development. I find it strange, Chair, that all these people come and present to you, yet no one, not even the mayor of Kouga, no individual took it upon himself to come and ask me, what are you doing there? No one had the audacity to come and tell me, why are you there? And what are your intentions with the residency there? But they go to the parliamentary portfolio committee to go and make an application, not knowing that we have done these consultations for a long time. And this is where I'm going to go to. Allow me to break down how we got to this point, where I now have to defend our residency and our existence in the country of our birth. Most of us, including Opa Jan here, including Opa Max, including Elder Isaac, all of them, Chairperson, will never see any other country. I'm putting this on record. I know they are too poor to go outside the borders of this country. They will never see any other country yet. Opa Jan's grandfather's grandfather was born here. Opa Max's grandfather's grandfather's grandfather was born here. Now all these people that came here on a boat, they want to come dictate how we should live in the country where we originate from. And that is where the crux of this challenge lies, Chairperson. But at the same time, other than this one, we will also leave a legacy or a heritage, same as our fathers did and their fathers did. And we are hoping that this portfolio committee will be the trendsetters, will create history today to ensure that the oppression of the colonialist era, the oppression of the brutal apartheid system will no longer exist in this democratic dispensation and afford us the opportunity to have our culture being expressed in a manner as prescribed by the Constitution and as prescribed by the prescripts of the Freedom Charter. The sequence of events, Chairperson of Communication, as I am about to land, in 2020, I was part of a delegation that spoke to the now Mayor Hatting Borman when he was the speaker. And we asked him access to land to practice our culture, access to land for agricultural purposes. And the Mayor Hatting, now speaker then, informed me that I must go and speak to the other traditional and Khoi and San leaders, and we must call a Kouga Khoi and San Council. This you will find on the internet. This you will find on the website of Kouga Municipality, because in 2020 that structure was ultimately established. But when the DA-led municipality realized that we, and me personally, cannot be controlled to push a political agenda, they decided not to work with that structure anymore. That same year, we met with the now Mayor Hatting Borman, back then the speaker, to discuss land. Subsequent to that meeting, we met with the property unit of Kouga Municipality to identify all agricultural land here in Kouga. And this was one of the land that was identified, because currently this land is zoned agriculture. I have a letter that is also in the documentation that I received from Kouga Municipality to say to me that you can't live on this land unless you practice culture, because the zoning scheme says you must practice culture. Now they are screaming a different tone of nature conservation, yet then they were the ones that said, I can't be here unless I practice agriculture. In the interim, we are here herding only 9 cattle. We have 2 horses and 2 donkeys. That is all that we have here. And those horses and donkeys aid in the daily operations to ensure that we don't harm nature with vehicles and heavy transportation, my Chairperson. Administration indicated then that the land, back then, they said the land belongs to Frank Lotter. It was later, subsequent to a deed search, that we realized that the land is currently registered in the name of the Nasionale Behuisingsraad, which is a apartheid institution, Chairperson. The requested, we then requested with the MEC Peters, and on 2 June 2021, we met virtually with MEC Peters, who is the agricultural MEC, on 6 July 2021, which resolved that the task team will be assembled to come here to this place to do an assessment. That task team was assembled, and on 31 July 2021, that task team came here to do the assessment. Subsequent to that visitation, the MEC then informed me that, Chief, apologies, the land belongs to Public Works and not us as agriculture. And then I contacted the then MEC of Public Works, MEC Madikizela. MEC Madikizela then set up a meeting with me and the rest of my council at his offices in Bishu. I took the liberty of taking my council to the offices of MEC Madikizela, and on the 9th of December, I met with MEC Madikizela in his office. MEC Madikizela then undertook to make sure that the transfer of the property goes into the name of Aramatais and Musasip in the Eastern Cape. Our co-op and NPO are flowing from that. And they would then transfer the land into a female-led cooperative named Albase Wasip, which is Healthy Community. That's the name of that cooperative, and it is led by females only. And even the application, you'll notice the letter from Minister Barbara Creasy is sent to that cooperative. We then met with MEC Madikizela. He then came back to me and said, Chief, I am sorry to give you the bad news, but the land is registered in a national department. So therefore, you must consult the National Department of Public Works. I did exactly that and resend an application. And then submit an application for a long lease to Deputy Minister Kivit on the 22nd of July 2022. All these correspondence is in the documentation I provided the Secretary Chair. Response to application is being processed. That was the response that I received, that the application is being processed on 26 July 2022. We then met, me personally, with an NEC engagement on transformation in the biodiversity and nature conservation space to make sure that traditional leaders become part and parcel of these developments. As a member of the NEC of Contralesa, I was part and parcel of that engagement with Minister Creasy. It was there where I was afforded the opportunity to personally hand the document to Minister Creasy. Minister Creasy then said that, no, Chief, don't give it to me. Here is the email address. Send it, I think it's Beitendag is the name. Send it to this lady. She will deal with that application. And then, Chairperson, I then, on 31 March, the same day, send the application.
In summary, my chief.
I'm almost done, Chair. I'll send the application to Minister Barbara Creasy. We then received the letter that Honorable Singh was speaking of on 16 May 2023, saying that we support this initiative, but the local and provincial department must engage with you. I then met with Mr. Els and Mr. Governor after I requested for a meeting resulting from this letter. And then they, on 2 August 2023, they then undertook to come back to me for a follow-up. This never materialized, and we are now at this juncture where we are engaging the portfolio committee. Then the last part, the resistance from Kouga local municipality to support our intentions. On the 27th of March 2023, and I want to enter this into the record, we had a Save Our Heritage cleaning campaign here on the site, where we requested the Kouga municipality to supply us with PPE to collect all the rubbish on the R102 that services the community that drives from Kebega to Kouga. They all use this road, but they throw the rubbish outside the window. This property is adjacent to that road. We requested only rubbish bags and only PPE to pick up the rubbish, and Kouga municipality refused to assist. They refused to assist, to give us just plastic bags to help them pick up the rubbish. This is the resistance that we as the Khoi are suffering in this democratic dispensation under this DA-led municipality, Chair. Then on the 7th of August 2023, we hosted a Women's Day here at the Karamatai's Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center, which the theme was Indigenous cuisine. We had a successful program, even though we applied to Kouga municipality to assist with funding of a mere 15,000. They did not give us a single cent and said they don't have budget to support us, Chair. On the 21st to 25th of September, we hosted a Heritage Day program for those couple of days, which introduces the whole of the community to indigenous medicines. I even invited the staff of Kouga municipality to come and learn about buhu, to come and learn about villaas, to come and learn about platdoering, about keita, about all of these indigenous medicines. No one came. The municipality again refused to assist us with any sort of assistance because all we requested was coffee and muffins. That's it. On the 19th this year, a few weeks ago, Chairperson, on the 19th to the 24th of February, we hosted our first indigenous Idi Dorop, which is a boys' initiation, now here at the Kouga Great Place. We invited the Kouga municipality, we invited the Sarah Bartman District Municipality, we invited the House of Traditional Leaders in the Eastern Cape, we invited the Commission on Koi and Sand Matters, we invited Total Energies because they are currently busy with their exploration and we wish to form part and parcel of these discussions. We invited the NMU Ocean Sciences Research Unit. The Ocean Sciences of NMU came. The Koi and Sand Commission, the commissioner came here to this to witness our heritage and our culture being practiced as part of our application process for formal recognition. The people of Total Energies Community Development came and even said subsequent to that, that they will fully support us only after we've received that approval from government for us to do what we wish to do here. So they will even assist us in providing the necessary funding to make sure that we practice our culture, make sure we look after nature, and make sure that we educate and provide skills to the rest of our community, Chair. And this is where I land, Chairperson, because the last is the legal action and harassment that we face here. On 1 March 2023, an application was made by the Kabeljous Reserve Action Group for a protection order to remove us from the land, Chair. Yet, they do not have locus standi to bring such an application. Yet, they felt it is their responsibility to decide who lives here and who does what, even though they don't have any application that was made to any structure of government, while we've done everything, Chair. There is this notion of justice delayed is justice denied. And on that principle, we decided to come and proceed because we can't wait forever to justice being served to the indigenous people of this country, Chair. And on March 2023, a gentleman by the name of Theo Potgieter, who is a magistrate with the court, and he is the member and representative of the Kabeljous Action Group. He came here and cut the lock and chain intended for our safety, admitted to it on video, and said that he has the right to come and cut the chain. Currently, there is a criminal case opened against this magistrate for executing whatever order he feels fit. That is not his mandate. Only the South African Police Service has that mandate to implement a court order or whatever order issued by the court. No one can do that. And based on that principle, we opened a criminal case against this gentleman. Then again, Chairperson, that same, on September 2023, the Kouga municipality lodged an application to the High Court, which interdicted myself and other members residing here, also interdicted the MEC of the Provincial Department of Human Settlement, the Department of Human Settlement in the Eastern Cape, for a court order to evict us from the property, Chairperson. This is the extremities that this Kouga municipality went to without coming to you're doing now, Chair. Come to us and ask, how can we help you? What is your problem? Why are you there? No one did that. Yet they come to you and pretend as if though they are this Jesus on the cloud, Chairperson. Apologies for using the Christianic word. But, Chairperson, they then submitted that application. I am no attorney, Chair, but you can hear from what I've presented that I'm also not a fool. I then went and did a formal response to the High Court personally without the assistance from any legal practitioner to give a formal response to the High Court. All those documentation is in the package I gave to the Secretary. And in that application, I stated the facts, all of the facts I raised today. And the High Court currently, as we sit here, is busy dismissing that claim, Chair. The High Court said to me, I went to follow up, they said the case fell flat as Koga Municipality never came back after my response to give an answer to that response. So currently, Chair, this is the situation of the legal action. Then on 9 December 2023, while I'm guaranteeing you, it's the last one.
It's fine. Listen to me now. Listen to me. It's fine. You must get a glass of water also there, my chief. Get a glass of water. I understand how important this. Oh, good. I understand how important this matter it is to you, but I also have a duty to manage time so that we also get other responses from other people. And be assured we have seen your presentation. Now I will borrow the next 1 minute to summarize.
Thank you for the borrowed time, Chairperson. You don't even need to afford me time to summarize. I will just read the last part of the legal action and harassment we suffer. On the 9th of December, and this is the most critical one, because it is this group that is now came to the Parliament. It's the same group that did the criminal act. On the 9th of December 2023, again, our lock and chain was cut by Theo Potgieter representing the Kabeljous Reserve Action Group, Edmund Steerman representing the House of Klaas and David Steerman, Gregory Steerman representing the Democratic Alliance and Council, and various other representatives from nature conservation institutions and members of the Democratic Alliance that came to try and intimidate my people and arrest them while I was engaged in Mpumalanga. They knew this because I put that on social media. While I was engaged with Khoshi Mokoena with the Heritage Day program in Mpumalanga, they came here and did this deed, Chairperson. They cut it and then they took the lock and chain, which is theft, and in the hope that we will abandon ship. Again, a criminal case was opened against all of them for malicious damage to property and theft, which is also currently sub judice. I rested there, Chairperson. Like I said, I won't even summarize, because if I summarize, I have to take another hour. Thank you, my Chairperson, and I appreciate the fact and the opportunity that this democratic government affords us as a people to say that we will never just listen to one side of the story. We are a fair and just government, and we will look and listen to all the parties concerned and affected, and then we will make a determination as to how we should proceed to ensure that our constitution enjoys its liberty that it should. Thank you, my Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Chief Tommy, there's a fellow here in the committee. His name is Darren Arendse. The same energy that you have, he has the same energy as you. We welcome your presentation. We've got the facts. We've also received these documents that you're making reference to. And it is against that background, honorable members, that we have invited all the affected parties from Kabeljous Conservation Area because we don't want a situation where we are accused of being biased to a particular section of the community. We don't have a responsibility to divide the community. It is in our interest that people must engage each other, agree to disagree, and disagree to agree. Human Settlement, Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mboniso. I'm the Chief Director on Human Settlements, Housing Properties, and Asset Management. I was asked by the committee to make this presentation so that we take the committee through so that they can see the status quo on the project on this piece of land. You can pass that one. Okay, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a detailed background and status quo for the portions 23-24 of Farm 321 Kapel's Youth River and portion 5, and also for portion 3 of Farm 319. They're all located in Humansdorp at the Kucha local municipality area of jurisdiction. Pass. Okay. The farm Papisfontein, portion 5, is in the municipal valuation role. And then also the farm Kapel's Youth River 2-3 of Farm 321 and its extension. They are all in the valuation role of the municipality. The department has started the process of devolving these land parcels to the Department of Economic Development, Environmental and Tourism due to the sensitiveness of the area because it has got these indigenous plants and other species as they were outlined in the earlier presentations. These land parcels are deemed vacant and have been found to be located on an environmental sensitive area. Human Settlements has no human settlements development plans for these land parcels since it started the process of devolution in April 2023. So where the process is, the accounting officers for both departments, they should enter into a deed of transfer agreement that has to be facilitated by the state attorney so that the land is transferred to the deed. Pass. Okay. On the 13th of December 2022, the Department of Human Settlements received an information from one of the Kucha local municipality officials about the invasion on portion 5 of Papisfontein. The department has acted by activating its legal section to deal with the illegal aspects of the illegal occupation of the farm. The case has been opened with Kucha local municipality, Kucha police station on the 5th of April. The matter has been handed over to the state attorney, which is supposed to deal with the processes of eviction for the illegal occupants on the farm. Pass. On 15th of November, the department officials, together with the municipal regional officials, they were accompanied by the police station in Kucha. They visited the illegal invaded land parcel to profile the illegal occupants. On them, they found 2 wooden structures that were erected on the land. There were about 13 illegal occupants found in the farm who refused to be profiled by the department. Instead, they called the leader to speak on their behalf. On his arrival, the person who then identified himself as the leader introduced himself as chief of the San tribe, who also claimed to be speaking on behalf of all those illegal occupants occupying the farm. Pass. after explaining the purpose of the visit to the leader, which was to profile every illegal occupant in the farm, the leader replied by saying they cannot profile these people. Rather, he will be taking all their forms and will fill and return them to Kucha local municipality himself within a week's time. All those forms have since not been returned to the Kucha local municipality. The state attorney are handling this matter, and we will wait progress through our legal section. Yes. The department will devolve these land parcels to DDIT as already approved by the Honorable MEC for Women Settlements. That is the status quo of where the issue is. Thank you.
Hosi Steerman, please lower your hand for now. Please lower your hand. Yes, yourself. You will be given an opportunity after members of parliament have engaged to respond. Kucha local municipality, are you ready? Kucha local municipality. Do we have someone there, Chilis?
Yes, Chair, they were in the meeting earlier.
Morning, Chairperson.
Yes, Lawrence. You are from Kucha local municipality.
Honorable Chairperson, I just wanted to confirm if I'm audible.
Yes, you are indeed. Please proceed, my brother. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Okay. I'll be presenting from the Kucha local municipality. I'm the acting director, planning and development. And from our side, with regards to the request, it's just to give maybe the locality which was already presented enough, and then the protection status of the property. This is the subject property. I believe it was, we've had enough background on the property and its location. So in terms of land use, I'll be presenting on Papisfontein first. The property comprises of 3 land parcels, and the current ownership is the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Human Settlement, as presented previously. The land consists of the following farm portion. It's portion 5 of Papisfontein, and then the other one is portion 23, and then portion 24. The current zoning of the property is agricultural zone 1, and it's earmarked for critical biodiversity in terms of the municipal spatial development framework, which was approved in 2021. This is before the land was invaded. So in terms of municipal plans, it was already earmarked as a critical biodiversity, meaning there is no residential development envisaged on that farm portion. With regard to protection status, as mentioned by the previous presenters, although the property bears exceptional conservation value, Papisfontein land does not currently enjoy any formal protection status as per the provisions of the National Environment Management Protected Areas Act. The area contains critically important biodiversity and sensitive ecological landscapes that are exceptional conservation value, including primary coastal sand dunes and unique network of important wetlands and threatened vegetation types. The securing and management of Papisfontein land as a nature reserve has been supported by the Sarah Batman Regional Office, which is part of the Provincial Department of Environmental Affairs. This was in 2017 already. And then the South African National Biodiversity Institute under the CREW program that is now in 2022. The critical biodiversity, that is the status as it continues, area is currently under threat, more specifically in respect of portion 5, that is the invaded farm portion that is in discussion. In December 2022, it came to the attention of the municipality that the area has been illegally invaded by a certain group. And in January 2023, it came further to the attention of the municipality that the illegal occupants commenced with the erection of illegal structures on the property. And the structures are still on the property. The Koha municipality since instituted a legal action in respect of the contravention of the National Building Regulation and Building Standards Act, and is currently ongoing. It is believed that the Department of Human Settlements, as the registered property owner, instituted the legal proceedings with regards to the evictions, as presented by the previous presenter. And then the next slide is just to show the areas which is invaded. These are the structures that are currently on the property, on the subject property. So we can confirm that the structures are already there and the notice was served for the unauthorized structures on the property. I think this is the part that is in discussion. And then the other one is the Kapelios Nature Reserve. This one comprises of 2 land parcels that are currently under the ownership of the Eastern Cape Department of Public Works, which is, that is the owner of the 2 properties. This farm portion is also earmarked for, it's also a protected area. It's earmarked for, it's earmarked as a critical biodiversity area in terms of the municipal spatial development framework. The next slide is just to show the subject property. The status in terms of what the area is earmarked in the municipal spatial development framework. With regards to consultation, sorry, Chairperson, if you can go to the previous slide. The municipality has had many consultations with interested and affected parties. I believe some of them have already presented, and key government stakeholders will include the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, the Provincial Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs, that's the DDET, the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, and other stakeholders will include the Garden Route Biosphere Reserve, the Kapelios Reserve Action Group, the Greater Krome Stewardship, the Hamkwa Khoisan Council, House of Glass and Davis Sterman, Greater Kapelios Partnership, and the public in general. So there has been several consultations with affected groups in this regard. Next slide. So Chairperson, in this slide, this is just to show where the subject area is and what it's earmarked for. As I mentioned earlier, the subject farm portion is not earmarked for residential use. It's a critical biodiversity area. That is the area highlighted in red, the red circle. So it was never earmarked for residential development. I think it's important to mention that this spatial plan was approved before the invasion. So this has always been the plan of the municipality to protect the subject farm portion. Next slide. Maybe just to make reference to what the spatial development framework says. So as you can see, the Papis Fontaine land, it's a conservation area and it's a protected area. Also in terms of the Eastern Cape Biodiversity Conservation Plan, it's a critical biodiversity. And in terms of land use directive area is of high biodiversity value that should remain, that should be maintained in a natural state with no further loss to the natural environment. And then also in terms of the coastal management program of the Sarabatman district, in terms of land use directive, is to say the management of the coastal area between Kapelios and Hamtos estuary must be prioritized to ensure conservation of the Papiesfontein wetlands, coastal dune fields, and the important ecological sites. That is in terms of that is also contained in the Municipal Spatial Development Framework. Also, the Eastern Cape Protected Area Expansion Strategy identifies the subject farm as a land of high special priority for protected areas expansion. So it's very clear from the municipality's side that the land was never earmarked for residential development, and I believe the municipality is in support of the conservation of the protection of the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Environmental Affairs, Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
You are loud and clear, ma'am.
Thank you, Ntate Modise. Let me start by greeting you, Chairperson. Let me also greet the Portfolio Committee, our Deputy Minister, Ma'am Mahotso Sokyu, and all the members that are attending today, this Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet my colleagues and all the invited guests. My name is Cynthia Nong. I'm the Chief Director, Environmental Affairs in the department, the Provincial Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. Chair, let me first start by just apologizing and also maybe just providing some clarity to say I am not standing in for Honorable MEC, our MEC Mlungisi Mvoko. I was not given that mandate in this instance. I am here attending, honoring the invitation, and also just adhering to the instruction that was given by our head of department to attend. So I will therefore not be able to be addressing the part that was requested that the department should come and provide a brief on both Kabelios and Papiesfontein. And then the other thing, Chairperson, that I want to apologize for is because these matters, I could address them, but then the whole thing of protocol not being appointed or maybe nominated to do so is a problem. And also because the situation, the whole situation, as you can see many years ago, it predates my arrival at the provincial department. So I did receive some information, but it's all in bits and pieces. It was not enough for me to try and make sense of what happened and maybe be able to provide a brief at my level. So, Chairperson, I truly apologize for this, and I would like to tender this apology to all the Portfolio Committee members and to the invited guests. That's the address from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Sweet and brief. Do you know if we received an apology from the MEC? Honorable Bryant, I see your hand.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I'm just getting my hand up for questions when you've finished, that's all.
Oh, okay. We'll get to that just now. We'll get to that just now. I wanted to invite, I don't know, the DG is not here. I know the Deputy Minister has flew, which he took from Honorable Mbata. I don't know how. But Ms. Benderman, do you want to come in as a national department? Do you know anything about what is being discussed today? Or anyone from TFFE that you can delegate? Maybe I should start with the Deputy Minister, in spite of a flu. Deputy Minister?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to all members and our visitors. You know, it's a pity that the Eastern Cape Provincial Government on Environmental Affairs doesn't have a presentation, because listening to what has been said, as also per our discussion yesterday, my chairperson, most of these issues has to do with Department of Environmental Affairs at a provincial level. Therefore, where then the department needs to kick in is when requested to do so. So it's a real pity that I would have liked to hear what the department has to say, that is at a provincial level, about all the issues that has been mentioned here. It's difficult also for one then to just kick in on issues that we hear for the first time. As you have heard when the presentation was made, especially by Chief Peterson, mentioning some few of the departments and few individuals from the then ministry that then they tried to interact with regard to this matter. And when you look also at the presentation of Koha local municipality with regard to their responsibility as a municipality, it is clear that it's a provincial competence to deal with all these matters. The department can only be involved if there are some sort of request from the province that they need to be assisted by the department, if I'm correct and if I listened correctly, Chairperson. Chair, I think for myself, that's all that I can say. Unless then one of our officials from the department can maybe add on what I have said. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, TM. Ms. Benderman.
Chairperson, I concur with the Deputy Minister on this issue. This is a provincial matter, and I concur completely in that regard. From a national perspective, we try to assist as much as we can in terms of when the provinces request assistance in terms of support, but as the Deputy Minister has indicated, Honourable Minister, this is purely a provincial matter. Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benderman. Honourable members, I will start with Honourable Dave Bryant. Can I note hands? We will engage all these presentations from the first one from Mr. Stenberg, go to Chief Peterson, Human Settlement, KOGA, Environmental Affairs, Eastern Cape, and the National Department of Environment. Honorable Bryant, you'll be followed by Honorable C.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think it's important from the outset to reiterate what both the Deputy Minister and Ms. Benderman have just noted. It's actually shameful that the provincial department has not shown up at this meeting and have sent Ms. Nong, who has admitted she has no idea what the issues are about and is not able to respond to any of the queries that are being raised, despite this issue having such high prominence in the area, despite this issue having been in the media, despite having been summoned to a national portfolio committee. The MEC can't bother to attend or send a representative to speak on their behalf. And I really think that that is shameful. And I think it's disrespectful to all of the parties involved and everybody who's part of this meeting. I really think that that needs to be emphasized. Chairperson, on the presentations that have been put forward today, I think I've got a couple of points and a couple of questions that are important to be raised. Although I think it's going to be a challenge for us to find resolution in the absence of any real representation from DDAT. My first question, Chair, is in response to the presentation from Councillor Peterson, and that was just in terms of the overall motivation behind the land invasion. As I understand, Councillor Peterson doesn't have any legal claim over that area, and it sort of isn't originally from that particular space. So I'm just trying to establish what the motivation was behind that occupation. He has mentioned part of it was to remove the cows. So I'm just trying to establish whether or not moves were made to try and have those cows removed before invading the land. And then secondly, what toilet facilities and sort of sewage facilities, particularly ablutions, are being used, and is the area being serviced by anybody? Perhaps he can answer that. And then just in response to what Human Settlements advised, in terms of the profiling that was attempted last year, and Councillor Peterson had said that he was going to return those sheets. Obviously, those sheets haven't been returned as per Human Settlements. Just to establish what the delay is in terms of the returning of those sheets, and if those will be, because that might help the process as well. Then a couple of other points. These were ones that I really wanted to ask to DDAT, but perhaps Ms. Nong can assist with some of them, if she's able to. The first one is, the Papiesfontein land, we heard it does qualify for reserve status, and that there has been an attempt from Human Settlements to move it across to DDAT, but that process has come to naught, it seems, and is sitting with DDAT. And that process, I think, is the one that we need to establish more details around. But unfortunately, without the MEC or any representation coming to the meeting, we're not going to be able to get that today. But perhaps Ms. Long can answer this one. Quite a significant amount of this highly endangered fynbos has been removed by the people who've invaded that land. I think it's around about 2,500 square meters, and the threshold is around about 300. Is DDAT doing anything to intervene there to ensure that no more of that indigenous vegetation or critically endangered indigenous vegetation is removed and cleared from that area? Those are my questions for now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Bryant. Honourable Singh, you'll be followed by Honourable Weber and then Honourable Gancho.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to all the presenters that have taken the time to present before us. And I just want to associate myself with the remarks of the Deputy Minister and Honourable Bryant, that it is a real pity and shame that the relevant government officials and political office bearers are not here to provide their input on this matter. But notwithstanding that, Honourable Chairperson, one notes from the presentations that this is not a new issue. It has a long history. It is cross-cutting many departments. It borders on the issue of occupation, the issue of rights, the issue of biodiversity conservation, etc., etc. And I think for us to be able to come up with any determination on this at this meeting is going to be very difficult. Well, not for us, let's say for me. But I think we have a responsibility as a portfolio committee to ensure that this matter is kept alive and that we demand accountability. And we certainly must not throw the ball around like on a rugby field and then eventually kick for touch. But I think that's easier said than done if that responsibility has to reside solely on our committee. I think we can only be a catalyst here to ensure that various government departments and concerned NGOs and citizens come together in some kind of a forum to resolve these issues. And perhaps, Honourable Chair, it'll go even beyond portfolio committees, and one needs to request government to institute an independent commission of inquiry, so that independent people can sit in a kind of a committee of inquiry or commission of inquiry, call all the interested and affected parties who will have to comply to their call because it will be a legitimate call, and then deal with that matter. Other than that, Honorable Chairperson, I see ourselves being in a very awkward and invidious position to pronounce one way or the other on this matter, save that we have a responsibility to biodiversity conservation, but we must also take into account rights that people may have, which rights can always be tested either through the Department of Land Affairs or in a court of law or wherever. But an independent committee or commission of inquiry might be able to resolve these issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mkulua. Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just so that you can see me, I'm going to switch my camera off. I've got limited signal. Thank you. Chairperson, I would like to know a couple of things. It was mentioned that there was a connection made with the main water streams and that the SAPS case was made about it. I would like to know if the SAPS came back to them, and if not, why not, and who will follow up on this. So if the people live there, where do they get their water from? That's one of my big questions. And then my second question is, it was also stated that there was many hectares of land that was actually cleaned of vegetation. And although our friends here states clearly that they are not doing it, they're not damaging nature, but then who did clean those vegetation that was illegal to clean it, the vegetation? And then I would like to know, our colleagues that is living on the land, do they live there permanently? In other words, does their livelihoods depend on it, or do they actually live somewhere else because there's no sewage and this is not residential area, so there is actually no services delivered, as they're quite upset about the refuse removal and no black bags, but there is no really a responsibility from the municipality, as this is not a residential area. So I would like to know if our colleagues are living there permanently, and then how do they make use of normal services like refuse, like sewage, like water, and all of these things, and if they're only and if they may be living somewhere else. Thank you very much. Oh, and sorry, my last question. I just want to know how long the representative from the Eastern Cape, Dedit, has been in this position that she is in, that she can't give the response. I know that she doesn't have the mandate of the MEC, but I do think if she's been there longer than a year, then she might actually been able to give some info on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. I suspect that I see the Chief Peterson raising his hands. Wait, my chief, you are going to be given an opportunity. In fact, you should be having a pen so that when we give you an opportunity, you are able to write these things. Honorable Ganjo.
Chair, I was kicked out accidentally, so I didn't hear any questions. I only rejoined now.
That's fine. We'll take you through. Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and once again, greetings to the colleagues. Chair, let me first appreciate the presentations that were made by presenters. It is also disappointing, Chair, that we do not have someone who will be responding to our questions from the DIT. It is quite unfortunate that they did not honor the meeting, in as much as that we have received the apology. But I thought that they will send someone who will be able to respond, Chair. It gave us quite difficulty to engage to some of the issues that were raised here, more especially the ones that relate to TTIT. I've listened to the presentation that was made by Human Settlement. They've made their case that they have no intentions of making any developments in that land. We are noting that. I had a question, Chair, to ask UTT. I'm not sure whether Ms. Nong will be able to respond. I wanted to check whether they have made their own assessment on that land to check the volumes of these protected plants. If they have done so, if they can share that, and if not, I think they can also do that and check the volumes, and if they need any assistance from our national department, they should also say so. But it's quite difficult to engage whilst they are not in a position to respond, because Ms. Nong has indicated that she is new and all that, so she does not have much information. I've listened and I heard that there's mentioning of SAPs in some of the presentations, and I think it would have been proper if we could also invite SAPs to present their own presentation on the matter, so that we can all be in par in terms of the information. Otherwise, Chair, I do not have any much to say. I will definitely raise my hand if there's any follow-up question that I would like to ask. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much. Perhaps before I give over to the presenters, let me echo some of the sentiments of honorable members. This is also to assist you, Chief, because we had lost connection at some point. There is a concern. Firstly, I think we'll give Ms. Nong. There's a direct question that says, how long have you been in the department? So that the committee is then able to make a determination on whether you are inclined with the discussions or not. Secondly, there's an issue of water and basic services from Honorable Weber. I think that question will go to Koga municipality, because that is where those services must be delivered. Water, electricity, sanitation, etc., etc. Are you providing any form of services to this community? Whether you call them illegal and whatever else, fine. But do you give them anything? Are you asking that? That question has been asked. To Chief Peterson, there's a question there that relates to the protection order. There's a protection order that you spoke about. There is a SAPS criminal case that was opened. I think there's also one that relates to malicious damage to property. And to human settlement from Honorable Kancho. She says you have made your intentions clear that you do not have plans to develop that particular area. And I'm sure all of us understand the background as per the presentations. That is how far I think we have noted. But look, we are a committee that is responsible for the significance of biodiversity area. That is what brings us to this discussion as a portfolio committee responsible for the Department of Environment, Forestry. But before I make that point, Chileka, can we agree that you will send me a letter, and Ntlanhla will draft a letter that we must sign and send to the MEC of Environment in the Eastern Cape, and to the MEC of Human Settlement in the Eastern Cape. I hope that I think it's Lorenza will be taking notes on behalf of the mayor of Koga, so that we read from the same page. We don't want to be speaking in isolation, and we want to arrive at a same finish line at the same time, without leaving anybody on outside. Now, I was making that point. We have a responsibility to safeguard nature and the cultural resources, but we're also required by law to protect human health and their well-being. We have a duty to provide sustainable livelihood and ensure that there's development where people live. Now, please take us through the court cases and all that. We want to protect the conservation and the ecologically viable areas for biological and biological diversity and the landscape. I'm sure you also know about the seascapes. That is our task, and that is part of. And it's very disappointing that the department has not received any request at national level from the Department of Environment from the province, which then implies that they have all the powers, time, and everything else to deal with this matter. And according to the presentation that we have received, there has not been any engagement with this particular community. And that is very disturbing. So it clearly means that this community is just living there in isolation, Honorable Weber. No water, no services, and it's just unconstitutional and unacceptable. And we must make it clear here in this committee today that Koga municipality must attempt, whichever way they deem fit, to engage that community, even when they're trying to clean the streets or whatever the case may be. They can't even provide them with PPE and simple plastic bags. It's just against our scope and nature of environment. But I want to invite Mr. Stenbeck. I saw in the chat box that Mr. Stone has left. There's another engagement. We want to invite Mr. Stenbeck. We'll go to Chief Peterson. In that sequence, go to Human Settlement, Eastern Cape, Koga, and then the environmental affairs. But the essence, honorable members of the committee will agree that there must be engagements with everybody, and that must happen as soon as possible. And we shouldn't find ourselves between the crossfire of a particular section of the community and representatives of local authorities, etc., etc. But we're getting a sense that that thing is not happening and is wrong. Mr. Stenbeck?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to all the presenters. I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation how it was important that we heard all sides of the story, and perhaps the one thing that stood out the most for me today is that unfortunately we didn't get to hear the DIET side of the story, and those were our two original asks of the committee were for the committee to hold the DIET accountable to update us on the status of the transfer of the land, and also to update us on the status of the declaration of protection of the land. And so whilst I'm very grateful for all the presentations that have happened today, it seems unfair that we haven't had a fair representation from De Beert. And I completely support your suggestion about reaching out to the MEC for the Environment in the Eastern Cape, the MEC for Human Settlements in the Eastern Cape, and the Coca local municipality to answer the questions that we've asked as civil society. That's our main disappointment, Honourable Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stenberg. Chief Peterson.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask questions to the departments that presented also, because there is some clarity that I would have wanted. But allow me to start by saying, why would Oud-Sumatu be renamed Harry the Strandloper if he was not found on the beach? Today, our people has been...
Please repeat that name again.
Why would Oud-Sumatu be renamed by the colonialists when they arrived here to Harry the Strandloper if he was not found on the beach? Today, our access to the coastline has been stripped from us as a people. And this will be a milestone that will be marked and stamped in the history of this country, where we will be afforded the opportunity to be reunited with our ancestry and access to the beach. I just wanted to make that statement, Chair. But at the same time, allow me to appreciate and welcome and thank you for your closing remarks, Chair. For the first time in the history, after more than a year, we have reached this point. I must also, on the same note, actually thank the Democratic Alliance for bringing this to the Portfolio Committee. Else, we would have still been in a position where no one engaged us on this topic. So I must thank them for finding a problem with this, because now in their finding a problem with it, we are now afforded the opportunity to give the different side of the coin that no one knows, because the media paints this propaganda outside that we are invaders, aliens, criminals, and all these dirty things, same as what is recorded when the colonialists arrived here. When they arrived here, they saw us as vile and animals. We needed to be baptized to be seen as human. We were seen ungodly. We were called moon worshippers only because we were practicing the Karekwehakwe, which is a full moon praise, to give thanks to Sweet Kwab, which is our God or God. Give thanks for the fact that we have a full moon that will allow us to harvest fruits at night, that will allow us to travel at night, that will allow us to see wild animals and the enemy at night, that will allow us to hunt at night. That was what we were doing in the Karekwehakwe. But Chair, I'm not going to give a history lesson nor cultural lesson. I just wanted to ask a few questions before I respond to the questions that was raised also. The Department of Human Settlement misled the committee only on one specific item. The rest, I'm in total agreement. When they arrived here, they asked me to fill in forms for their data capturing. I then told them, with me here is one of my branch members, elders, which are all 70, 60, 80 years, that lives on the farm couple years just down the road. I slept in front of this Kouga municipality. I slept in front of that building with them for 4 consecutive days, begging them to give these people basic services, begging them to give them access to sewage, begging them to give them access to electricity, begging them to give them water, and still today, the same DA municipality has not done anything to these people. Apologies for getting excited, Chairperson, but I am a very passionate person, and when it comes to the scarring of human values that is supposed to be the responsibility of this municipality, it infuriates me, because I'm sitting here and I'm showing you, Chair, I'm sitting here with my elders that is suffering under the hands of these white farmers and white oppressors that is taking their access to water, access to sewage, access to refuge. They are becoming a rubbish dump site now. The white people come and they take all the garden waste and they come and throw it there. They come and take their refuse that's not collected by Kouga municipality and they come and throw it there. The other day, we had to sleep on that farm for 3 days, Chairperson, 3 days, because the white farmer decided to mow down my ancestral graves. My great aunt, my great aunt is still laying there. There's a road created over these graves, Chairperson. And it's time that we highlight the horrors being hidden by this DA municipality of what happens here in Kouga. There's so many things, Chairperson, that I am grateful that they came to this portfolio committee to expose themselves, to expose what they are doing in this municipality. But to come back to Chairperson, we were misled because I said I will not fill in these forms until these people that I was referring to now don't get a housing project. There is farm dwellers housing projects. I used to work with the Department of Human Settlement in the Northern Cape. I wrote the policy based on the housing code for the Northern Cape Department. So I know there is budgetary allowances for projects such as this, where their houses that they live, you should see the houses, Chair. Yo, it is heartbreaking, these things. But that's what I told Human Settlement. I can't, as a leader, I should eat last from the pot. I can't be given houses because they came and they said, no, they want to build houses for me. I must fill these forms in. I said, no, I can't eat before my people. I can only know that I have a house once these people have decent housing, has decent services. And this was my plea to the Department of Human Settlement. I just wanted to correct that, Chair. Then the municipality planning development, Mr. Ramakuela said, the spatial development plan was already approved before our occupation. If this was the case in your documentation that I served, Chair, in those documentation is a land contravention or land use contravention notice that says the farm is zoned agriculture and we can't do anything other than agriculture. They said we're not farming. And that is when I wrote back to them to say, but so you don't calculate my 7 cows as being agriculture. You don't calculate my 2 horses or 1 horse. That time she didn't have a calf yet. My horse and my donkeys as being, or 2 donkeys as being agriculture. They didn't respond after that, Chair. So I want to know from Mr. Ramakuela, how did this happen where your department write a land use contravention notice, yet you say the land is now being registered as conservation land? Coming to conservation land, Chair, what these people, all of them, they don't know. I know the history. I was born and raised here. My family graves are down the road, Chair. I know this. What they don't know is during apartheid, this used to be a rubbish dump. Now, in terms of your environmental laws, if I understand it correctly, you can never rehabilitate a rubbish dump. This was a tip. It was a tip for refuse removal. I can take you to it. There's still a big hole where the tip was. This is not a conservation site, but I don't have problem with it being demarcated and rehabilitated to a conservation site because I love nature. I love nature. I protect nature and I look after nature, because if you take care of nature, nature will take care of you. I am planting here in my permaculture garden food that I eat, that I know.
Chair, just a point of order. Sorry, Chair, you're muted. I assume you said I can go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, Chair, I don't want to interrupt the flow of Councillor Peterson, but just very quickly, Chair, I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge for us if we have members or representatives asking each other questions. We've still got a number of questions that have yet to be answered from MPs as part of the committee. So can I just ask, in the interest of time, if we could perhaps do that? Thanks, Chair.
That order is sustained, Honorable Brian. Chief Peterson, this is how we'll do things. Please respond to the questions that have been posed to you by honorable members. In that way, we'll be able to get the way forward. You are muted.
Apologies, Chair. My excitement is getting the better of me. Excitement for various reasons. Excitement where the koi and the sand will now be afforded for the first time in history of this country, a platform where we can express our views pertaining to conservation and nature itself. We are landless people, Chair, so understand my excitement. Chair, the reason why I was raising these questions and remarks was because the committee is being misled by the planning and development portfolio of Kouga municipality. They even said the Khamtekwa no longer exists because Chief Boyson and Auntie Hetty Boyson headed that tribe. They both passed, Chair, and left no one. I am the chairperson of the, not the chairperson, the secretary of the Provincial Koi and Sand Council. I know every Koi and Sand tribe in this province, and I know they don't exist. There's a one white guy named Kobus Reiger who is running with his name. He's not even part and parcel of the legacy of the Khamtekwa. But, Chair, let me get to the answers. The question that was raised was on basic services. How do we do basic services? Chair, it's a struggle. It's an uphill struggle. And we unfortunately have a few water containers, big ones, that we have to frequently come fill so that we can have potable drinking water. That is the water part. Refuse removal, we unfortunately make use of the fire to extinguish that footprint, Chair. But it is a small fire pit. I don't know if you've noticed. It is sitting behind me. It's my kraal. This is my kraal. This is where we conduct our formal council meetings, in the sun, in the rain, in the wind, because culturally we have to sit in a circle around the fire to discuss issues and cultural items. But this fire pit is also my personal fire pit where I cook. I don't use electricity. Remember, if you look at that business plan that was submitted for stewardship agreement, we speak of living off grid. Even the DA now said that they are going to create this big solar plant to take off the demand on electricity and assist ESCOM. This is the kind of living that we should be looking at for all developments. I remember back in the years when I was working for the local municipality of Knysna, when we approved any development, part of that approval was that you must have rainwater harvesting tanks and you must have solar geysers to reduce the demand under the ANC-led municipality there. Apologies, Chair, I'm not trying to make this sound like anything political. I'm just putting it there, that this is the initiatives that has been in existence even before these wind farms came here. But we as a cultural community, we say we want to go back to that existence. We want to go back to that. I remember as a child, we used to sit around the fire and my uncle used to tell stories while it's being cooked there. My aunt, Auntie Philly, she used to count everyone in the household. Take out of the backyard, take these worms. Take the worms, go down to the river, and then fish, a fish per person. This is the kind of life we want to live. So on the basic services, Chair, we want the discussion. Yes, don't get me wrong. We want the discussion with the municipality relating to services, but we want something customized that does not put demand on the grid, because we want to be independent of the grid. We want systems. I know biolytic systems for sewage that evaporate sewage. There's those kind of systems. There's lots of methods, Chair. There is hydro, there is wind, there is solar. There's different kinds of methods that can be introduced. This is the project that I put on the table for Minister Creasy to say that we want this kind of lifestyle that can be an example to the rest of the world, if not to the rest of South Africa, to say we built with rammed earth, which has thermal properties. By trade, Chair, I am an architect, a project manager, and construction adjudicator, but I've dedicated my existence to my people to give back to my ancestors that gave me life. And this is why I have changed my lifestyle completely to make sure that I don't just take the responsibility of those that entrusted me with leading them, but also to suffer the same fate my people suffer here. That's why I came to live here.
Chief
Chair,
Peterson,
about the protection order.
no, Chief Peterson, don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. There are questions that are asked. They relate to the presentation that you have made. Can you respond directly to those questions?
Apologies, sir. I only had two questions. The one was the basic services and the other one was protection order. Am I correct?
Yes, you spoke about the South African Police Services criminal case that has been opened, malicious damage to property. In summary, very quick, can you speak to those issues? Chief Peterson, over to you. Please speak to the questions that have been asked.
All right, Chairperson, I've stipulated in my presentation. And what happened was
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
All right, Chair. No, I was saying that I'm speaking to the items. I opened these criminal cases based on the damage to property. I then subsequently went to Ms. Mens, who is the senior prosecutor at the Humansdorp Magistrate Court, to follow up on them, only to find that the magistrate is in cahoots, or not the magistrate, the senior prosecutor is in cahoots and throwing these cases with remarks saying that there's not substantial evidence. I then escalated this now currently as we speak. I escalated this to the Kebega law courts, who is the superior to
There's someone else speaking, Honorable Weber. I think it's you.
Chairperson, point of order, please. There's assumptions making and opinions going around, and it's not facts. And can we please address that?
Chief Peterson, can you speak to the two cases of malicious? You have responded to the issue of services that you are not getting any. Can you speak to the, in fact, can you provide us with the case numbers and then we'll do our own follow-ups? Please send them to the secretary of the committee and then we will do our own follow-ups. We will have a meeting with the South African Police Services. If it's a matter of the Department of Justice, we'll also do that.
Chairperson,
okay.
You are the best chairperson in this country. You are the best chairperson in this country. I must so you do your work. You do your work. Chairperson, just to respond to the Honorable, I think it's Weber, I am not making accusations. I am stating facts that I have escalated this now to the law court.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Chief Peterson. That's fine.
That is the status of them. I will furnish you with all of the case numbers. I think it's about 6 cases, 6 different cases that has not been dealt with at all. I'm furnishing them to you. As for that's the only 2 questions. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Human Settlement, Eastern Cape.
Okay, all right, Chairperson. I had a minor hiccup. My laptop got off, so now I'm using my phone. With regard to the presentation that I've made, there are 2 issues that are critical that we are raising. We are saying the transfer of land is on advanced stages because the agreement is on drafting stage by our legal department, wherein it will be presented to the 2 accounting officers, the DDIT and the one for human settlements. The other issue that we are raising in our presentation is that the issue of the illegal occupation of land. When we went to the site, we found that there were only 2 structures that were there, and we made an assertion to say there were about 13 people that we found on the land. And then hence we issued the forms. When we were there, the state attorney, who would be the transferring authority, was part of the delegation that went to Landuka to issue the forms. So whilst we were busy with the profiling of the communities that are staying in that land, that are illegally staying, the department received an application. There was an application against the department for an order that was compelling the department to evict those occupiers. So now the matter is still with that matter of illegal occupation is still being handled by the state attorney. So for now, that would be where things are. But with regard to passing over the invite to the office of the MEC and the office of the HOD, that we will definitely do that. I'll write a report and I'll inform them about the proceedings of this meeting. But I think I must also get that privilege, because I heard that one of the officials was saying he is new in the post. I'm also new on the post, but I took it upon myself that I have to familiarize myself with what the parliament required. This is my 3rd month on the job. Thank you.
That's fine. I think it's Miss Nong. She'll speak on her behalf. Don't presuppose what she's going to say. Honorable Weber, is that the legacy end?
No, Chairperson, it's not.
Okay.
May I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Chairperson, I want to ask Councillor Peterson why he is so pressed for service delivery when they actually are permanently living in Humansdorp. That is my first question. And then, Chair, my second question is that service delivery is in an area which is allocated to residential areas, and there's many court cases still going on, either the illegality or the legality of people living in this needed to be protected area. So I just want to clarify and ask, how do they get their water? How do they do everything they can if they actually don't live there, they permanently live in Humansdorp, and what are they using as services? Because by law, the municipality cannot give them services at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question as well, I think it was also just missed by Councillor Peterson there, and that was the one around the toilets and toilet facilities, and if there are any toilet services, and at the moment how that waste is dealt with. Thanks.
I was not aware that I've always been referred to him as Chief Peterson, and I hear you're consistent in calling him Councillor Peterson. I don't know. Councillor Peterson or Chief Peterson, can you respond directly, no rhetoric, straight to the issues? Waste, toilets, water, Humansdorp issue as per Honorable Weber, directly.
Thank you, my chairperson. I prefer the title of chief because that is bestowed on me by my people. I was deployed by the African National Congress into council to represent my people as a traditional leader. So yeah, but apart from that, Chair, Honorable Weber, is the Honorable Weber living with me here at Papisfontein that she knows where I live? Because how can she say that I don't live here if she don't live with me? That is the response on that question, Chairperson.
Yes or no answer. Thank you.
All right. No, I don't live in Humansdorp. Yes, I live here on the Karamatais Great Place Nature Reserve and Biodiversity Center. That is my response. Toilets, Chair, I have to ask the Honorable Bryant also, how does an antelope waste in nature? That is my response. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, then it means we won't go forward if we follow that route. Because Honorable Bryant will have to come back and then probably ask you another question, and then you will have to respond and ask him another question. Then we won't finish. We still have a matter, a very important matter. Not that this one is not. Another important matter with the South Durban base. Can we move now? We were at Kocha. Kocha?
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe ours was to clarify with regards to the services. So the municipality is informed by the Nelson Mandela municipality that they are illegally connected to the main water line, which provides water from Churchill Dam to Gqeberha. That is as far as the municipality is informed. The Nelson Mandela Bay municipality also confirmed that there is a case between Nelson Mandela Bay municipality and the occupant regarding the illegal connection to the water on the main, the connection on the main water line. So as I understand, I can confirm that the municipality does not provide any services to that property. So there is no municipal services on the property in discussion. I believe the other issue which was raised by the chief was the issue of zoning. I don't know if you want me to, if I can respond to that now. In the presentation, what we stated, Chairperson, was merely fact that the property is zoned agriculture, and that is a fact. And then the issue of what it's earmarked for, that's in terms of the SDF, that is the intended use. So it's reflected as a critical biodiversity area. That is from the municipality, Chairperson. So to confirm, we don't provide services to the property.
Lawrence, this is an instruction.
Chairperson?
This is an instruction on behalf of the committee that you must go and engage with the mayor when you give the report and the councillor of that area, and there must be a conversation going on between yourself and that community. As to how you resolve the issues there, we will follow up. Thank you.
Okay.
Environmental affairs? The provincial one, Chair? I assume. Okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the honorable members on the questions and all the comments that were made. Chair, I just want to acknowledge the frustration that came about with not being formally nominated to stand in. That I do take note and I will pass it on to the office of the MEC. So with regards to the issues that were raised, Honorable Bryant and Honorable Gancho, they asked a specific question in relation to the vegetation that was indigenous vegetation that was cleared illegally and also the steps that were taken. So I also did not have anything prepared on this, but I've taken note of what was shared here to say that also the fact that it was mentioned that the department did not do anything. I'll follow up on the matter as well. I'm not able to talk to the matter right now. I tried to call compliance enforcement managers to just quickly find the answers while you guys were discussing, but I couldn't get anything. So with regards to the issues of how long have I been here and also not having enough information, I just want to clarify because it's both Honorable Bryant and also I think a couple of members also, they mentioned the fact that I don't think it's got anything to do with how long have I been here. Of course, the history is quite long. But what I want to clarify, Chair, is that I'm not able to stand in for MEC and just give this briefing. I do have some information. However, the matter predates my arrival in the department. There was some information that when I was doing my own search, as my colleague from Human Settlement says that she familiarized herself. I did that process extensively and I could just not get everything by the time this meeting set. So I did my part, try to get the information. And as a matter of principles and as a matter of protocol, my leaders, you will all know that we don't go around as officials self-appointing ourselves to stand in for our political principles or answering on their behalf. So that's my submission to you, Chair, and the committee, and also just apologizing to our Deputy Minister that this is not how we normally operate. It's just in this particular instance, things were not arranged officially. And just for me to say, in the position that I'm currently holding, it doesn't, by virtue of me holding it, it doesn't give me powers and authority to, by virtue of holding it, go around answering for MEC. I normally would get formally appointed to stand in. So in this instance, that was not arranged. Your office, Chairperson Sis Kilega, did give that option to the office of the MEC to say they can appoint officials to stand in for MEC, but that option was not considered, hence we are here. So I apologize. And then the other issue that was raised also by Deputy Minister was why the matter was not raised and taken to the level of our national department, DFFE. I think the way things were going, Deputy Minister, it did not require that. It got a lot. It had a lot to do with the departments aligning in the province because it was the issue of management authority that needed to be resolved. And that eventually got resolved. And I can, just speaking as myself now, that I can just say that the process has advanced significantly, that we are at a stage where our entity, CPTA, is about to commence on the public participation for the declaration of this conservation area. So that I think that will be all in terms of what was asked. And then just to answer directly to Honorable Weber, how long have I been here? I joined the department in May 2023, so it's 11 months that I have been here. But like I said, that doesn't then prevent me from familiarizing myself with a whole lot of issues in the department. I've been doing that on a whole lot of matters, and including this one. So thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, on that score, this is how we resolve. We will write an official letter to the MEC, both Human Settlement and Environmental Affairs in the Eastern Cape. But please, when you submit a report, that area must be visited, including the officials of local municipality of Koga. That is how we resolve on that matter. And then please keep the secretary of our committee on the loop on the developments in that regard. The door of the department, the national department that is led by Minister Chrissy and Deputy Minister Sojo, remains open. Now, this is a declaration we're making on without consulting them. Should there be difficulties in finding them, you can then come back to us. But you need to improve those engagements with them. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I mean, this isn't acceptable. We have an official, and with due respect to Ms. Nong, she's not employed by the MEC. She is employed by the department. She is the Director of Environmental Affairs for the department. She's admitted that she has information. She knows some of the things, and she can answer some of the questions, but she's being prevented by her political individual from giving us that information. And I think that's completely unacceptable. We should be able to interrogate this information. We should be able to ask these questions. We are a fully fledged National Assembly Portfolio Committee. I just really want to voice my serious discomfort with the way this is playing out. I do agree with you that we should be writing to establish more information, but I'm not entirely sure what the department is trying to hide. If they're not wanting to give us this information, simple questions. When is it going to be declared a nature reserve? Simple questions. Anyway, thanks, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, can I not, Honorable Mbata, because you have not spoken, we want to hear the flu voice. We'll take that. Ms. Nong, can you please lower your hand?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the flu is very bad, but I just want to correct what Honorable Bryant is insinuating, that the political head is didn't allow the chief director to give information. That's not what the chief director have said. Please, let's not change people. The presenters, words. She is saying she is not mandated to give us a report. Let's respect that. Like you said, that you are going to write a letter to the MEC and request the response on the issues that have been raised here, and to make sure that in the next meeting, he or she be present in the meeting without any apologies. So let's not put words into the chief director's words. Please, let's correct that, Honorable Dave.
Okay, another flu voice, Honorable Winkler.
Thank you, Chair. On point of order there, please, the Honourable Mbata mustn't play semantics. That was exactly what was said on the meeting. It's recorded. And whether someone is mandated or not, that is an instruction that they are not allowed to speak and to give answers to questions on a National Portfolio Committee whose sole discretion is to provide that oversight. So that is exactly what happened, and there can be no twisting of words to suit a particular narrative, please. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, let's not do that. It's fine. I'm pleading with all of you now. My job is difficult as it is. Can we leave it at that point, that there's an agreement that we must write, Honorable Bryant, to all the MECs that we've spoken about, Ms. Nong. We will raise these issues with them, and we will certainly call them to a meeting. A compulsory non-apology meeting. They will come. Take it from me, they will come when we call them. I agree, Honorable Winkler. They will come. I think I got what we got. Whoever has heard the way they heard it. Can we close this matter with an agreement that all that has been discussed has been heard? KOGA is going to engage with that community. Human settlement, environmental affairs, Eastern Cape are all going to engage with that community. Should they hit the brick wall, they will then engage the National Department of Environmental Affairs. Should they hit the brick wall again, they can revert back to the committee. Hopefully, we'll still be around. Hopefully. Yeah. Can we close this matter? Thank you very much to all the people who made presentations here today. If it happens that we might have stepped on your toes, we apologize. It could not have been deliberate. We are just discharging the responsibility that has been bestowed upon us. We are doing what is expected of us as members of parliament, representing the poor, representing the vulnerable and the voiceless. Thank you very much. Can we then move to, we're moving directly from the Eastern Cape to Durban, to KwaZulu-Natal.
At last, Chair.
We're really running out of time. Chief, what is that hand now?
I want to know if we are now excused or should we continue to stay tuned?
Well, if you have enough data, you can stay and listen what is happening in KwaZulu-Natal. But unfortunately, you will no longer speak. The same way that the people of KwaZulu-Natal have not been speaking on issues of the Eastern Cape, you are not going to speak on issues of KwaZulu-Natal. But if you like, you are discharged.
Sorry, Chair. Does that mean I am also not going to have an input into this?
Somebody is speaking. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, Chair, it was Nakama Gaho Pringas.
From the Eastern Cape?
I was asking, so I am not going to have a 2 minute to.
No.
I'm from the Eastern Cape.
No. Eastern Cape is closed, my chief. I'm sorry. We have
All right,
closed
Chairperson.
Yeah. Can we
All right.
move to KwaZulu Natal? My papers are just too many here. Okay, can we move to KwaZulu Natal? Briefing on the air pollution in South Durban base. The SDCA, I suspect is Mr. Mtembu. I see he has switched on his video already. Mr. Mtembu, Sawubona Baba, welcome. Please proceed.
Baba, sibonge kakhulu baba ngethuba engilitholayo. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I would also like to thank all the Honorables Portfolio Committee, ministers that are present, and all protocol observed. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Indeed, my name is Bongani Mtembu. I'm the Equality and GIS Officer for the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance. Ngiphinde ngibonge kakhulukazi Sisithaleka for ensuring that we are part of this meeting. So if she could please assist with the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Shilis, are you winning?
Chair, I thought we're going to projects, so I have to load and save it and reply.
No, it's fine. Maybe if you can share the screen as well and see who get it first, Talega. If maybe I can get the...
You have the right, and Bobby.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Sure.
Let me just go and check my screen. Yeah. Chair will try to be...
Mtembu, you can proceed. We're waiting on you.
Chair, I think this is Bobby Chair. Hope you're well, Bobby Peak. I think he's frozen. Cheleka, should I go ahead?
Yes, Bobby. I've flighted the presentation.
Okay, is this the presentation of South Durban Community Alliance?
Chair, we have two presentations today, Chair. And I think Cheleka put me on because Bongani was frozen. Is that correct?
I suspect they are meant to achieve the same goal. Am I right?
They are complementary, yes, Chair.
Wonderful. Then let's proceed with this one that is on while Bongani is dealing with these technological disadvantages.
Thank you very much, Chair, Deputy Minister, if you're still with us today, and all protocol observed. So I am Bobby Peak. I'm the Executive Director of Groundwork, and I'm an ex-resident of South Durban, and my house is 143 meters from the Engen Oil Refinery. The presentation today is based upon various discussions that are documented in the Groundwork Report 2023 into the climate fires, harsh realities, and fossil fantasies in South Africa's contested transition. Next slide, Teleka. Just to reflect briefly on a letter that Minister Creasy sent to Bongani this week, and I quote, "The request by your organization to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee requires appropriate action to be taken against the Engen Refinery. In addition, I've noted the serious concerns related to the health impacts. I've written to Mayor Kawanda and the executive mayor of eThekwini for his municipality to investigate and, where appropriate, initiate a compliance and enforcement action." Next slide. Both refineries have shut down abruptly after 66 years in South Durban. Engen closed in December 2020 following another of regular explosions that have plagued the Wentworth, Merebank and Bluff communities on the fence line. SAPREF shut down at short notice in February 2022. 2 months later, as the closure process was nearing completion, the plant was badly damaged when the April floods hit under 2 meters of water. It will not reopen, just or unjust. The transition in South Durban is already happening. Next slide, Taileka. The air is cleaner, but the soils are still saturated with toxic chemicals. Thousands of people are out of work, starting with the South Durban men who built the petrochemical industry in South Africa. Thousands still suffer ill health from pollution. Families are wrecked by illness and by the loss of livelihoods. The wider social fabric is torn apart. Alcohol and drug abuse is widespread. Criminal gangs prey on people even as they flaunt fast money. Many kids are out of school, boys join gangs, girls are taken into prostitution. People's homes are crumbling and the urban infrastructure is neglected. This is what the petrochemical industries have left to the people of South Durban. Next slide, please. The closure of the refinery marks the next transition in South Durban. The closure is widely welcome, even though the loss of jobs is lamented. The immediate improvement is on air quality. In 2019, according to their own reporting, Engen emitted 8 tons of sulfur dioxide a day, up to 2,800 tons a year. SAPREF emits 13 tons per day. These emissions, along with nitrous oxides and particulates, are now reduced to zero. Fugitive emissions of volatile organic compounds which cause cancer are not down to zero. The odor of benzene still hangs in the air on Engen's fence line. Municipal infrastructure has deteriorated to the point of collapse and services are in disarray. This is part of the wider failure of governance and regulatory enabling lawless business. Public services, notably health, are rendered with bad grace, grudging, and rude. The petrochemical labor regime has been transformed through neoliberal and post-apartheid restructuring. There's increased automation, reducing labor demand, increased outsourcing through labor brokers, and employment equity requirements displace local workers. Next slide, please. Engen closed following yet another explosion in December 2020, but closure was already under discussion. Meanwhile, Petronas is selling 74% majority share to Vivo, subject to regulatory approval by the Competition Tribunal. The BE partner, Pembani, will retain its 21% minority share. Engen is implementing what it calls a refinery to terminal conversion, and in December 2021, it's applied to the National Energy Regulator to amend its terminal license to redefine the refinery's tank storage for crude oil inputs and product outputs, previously operated under its manufacturing license issued by the DMRE as terminal storage for imported products. Operate pipelines from Island View, operate rail and road loading facilities. However, since Engen has been importing all product through Island View since the explosion in 2020, this looks rather like retrospective licensing. In response to the questions from NERSA, Engen said that it informed the DMRE of plans to make alternative use of the refinery under its manufacturing license. It planned an eco-industrial hub, which would include repurposing the refinery as a biofuel refinery, produce bioethanol, importing naphtha to produce benzene, toluene, and xylene solvent, by the way, all cancer-causing, and aliphatic non-benzene solvents, fuel gas, LPG, and hydrogen. Manufacturing proton exchange membranes, hydrogen fuel cells, renting space to manufacturers that integrate into Engen supply chain, providing consultancy services under Engen Business and Energy Solutions. Portfolio committee members, none of this sounds particularly green and ecologically friendly. Naphtha, for example, is the lightest fraction of petroleum made from fossil fuels and a precursor for producing a wide range of petrochemicals. Being light, it is also volatile, and so contributes to fugitive emissions of cancer-causing VOCs. The biorefinery proposal is part of the Sugar Master Plan, according to Dave Wright, an energy consultant and a former Engen manager. So the impulse from an attempt to save the sugar industry, which is floundering and desperate for a new market. The green credentials are doubtful. First, the feedstock is from energy-intensive monoculture farming and scarcely qualifies as low carbon. Second, it must be transported at high cost to the biorefinery. Third, the plant would produce ethanol for blending with petrol. In the end, the project will cost more than petrol and make little difference to greenhouse gas emissions. Moreover, a biorefinery would be smaller than the existing refinery by an order of magnitude. So it seems doubtful that much of the refinery equipment will be repurposed. Given the high cost of producing ethanol, it may be wondered if the decision to build a biorefinery will depend on government subsidies. Furthermore, according to Dave Wright, even though oil companies have stopped or may stop or reduce operations at their refinery, manufacturing, terminal, or depot sites, they will be reluctant to vacate the site entirely. They will not want to leave the sites because this is primarily due to the environmental cleanup and rehabilitation costs that would be incurred on completely vacating the sites. This applies to the Engen oil refinery, and especially the cleanup costs for this toxic dump site will be high. Next slide, please, decommissioning. What Engen stated plans, there are rumors, whatever Engen stated plans, there are rumors in South Durban that is quietly decommissioning the plant. We were told this is not so and Engen will do a full EIA before demolition. Nevertheless, the site is said to be busy and local people are frustrated at the paucity of information coming from Engen. Since the signing of a good neighborly agreement in 1998, Engen's relationship with the local community has been fractious. In Engen's view, there are many different community organizations with different mandates, making it difficult to build an inclusive platform for engagement. However, a number of these organizations are looking for corporate social responsibility funding for education or projects to address social problems. Indeed, it may be argued that social problems like drug addiction are symptoms of the way that industry has offloaded cost onto society. And problems like the high health costs are directly attributed to the industry. It is notable that despite the persistent community demands, Engen has not funded a 24-hour health clinic. From the community side, it seems that Engen wants to pick who should represent community and prefers those who don't challenge it. Immediately following the explosion in December 2020, Engen refused to allow two activists into a meeting to discuss it. The rest of the community representatives then walked out. The incident speaks to the air of patronage that Engen brings to the relationship. Not surprisingly, local people accused it of arrogance. Following this, a joint interim committee was set up and an agreed terms of reference for a joint committee of Engen and the community representatives then happened. This has been established, but by all accounts, it is not fit for purpose. Local people variously describe it as useless and a smokescreen to conceal the lack of community participation. They say it doesn't give the JC participants real information, but tells them only what it wants them to hear. And it does not want what it wants, irrespective of what the participants ask. Amongst other things, A request for a walk through the plant so that people could see for themselves what is going on was ignored. Next slide, please. So what do the people want? The situation in South Durban is complex. So the response to the question of what a just transition would look like in South Durban is also complex and sometimes contradictory. It is about reading reality now, and people have different views on that, we say, as well as envisioning a different future. Countrywide transition is needed. People suggested that there should be a focus on maybe 4 places of transition: the Highveld, the Coal Belt, as many of you know, as well as South Durban, the leading oil refinery center that is already in transition, and where there are risks to people daily. Most people want the refinery shut down and moved out along with the storage tank. They call for decommissioning with full IEAs and EIAs and decontamination of the land. If the refineries are removed, then what should happen on the land is the question. People observe that both refineries are built on flood-prone land and are not good locations for future industry. Options of what to do with it include conservation and recreation, with some housing on the elevated edges. People recall that the land was once open even after the first oil refinery was built. As children, they say, we could walk through it or play on it. We also, and people had food gardens, which they lost to the refineries and to Mondi. The restoration of South Durban's original ecology, or the creation of an ecological park, was proposed as a further step in restorative justice. This restoration might be combined with growing tourism. People also want to see new industries that are oriented to the future rather than past fossil fuels. They want them to be clean and green and to provide decent work. That might include manufacture of renewable energy kits, as well as frames, wiring, conduits, etc. for those components. Detoxifying people's environments is a first step in restorative justice. The next step is some form of recompense for the 66 years of pollution and the harm done to their health. The harm continues after pollution has stopped, as many people, including newborn children, will suffer ill health through their lives. Hence, people want appropriate health care, which is available at all hours, since asthma does not keep office hours. At the same time, if production is to serve people rather than profit, then the line between production and reproduction blurs. We need new skills. We need skills of engineers, conservationists, builders, planners, and architects for a new South Durban. That's really, really important to be able to take us forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. What are people asking for? Restorative justice, dealing with illness and urban decay. People want procedural justice, making sure that the people of South Durban decide on the future of South Durban and not just Engen, Shell, and BP, and whom they choose. Distributive justice. The new industry of South Durban must benefit not offshore accounts and the elite, but the people of South Durban, our families and communities in Wentworth, Umlazi, Merebank, and the Bluff. Next slide, please. So we engaged with Engen and we asked them for technical descriptions and the exact location of contaminated land, technical descriptions of how they're going to deal with this, information on the nature of the safety activities that they claim they are undertaking. We also asked for environmental authorizations listed under listed activity 31. Next slide, please. We also asked for the intended steps. Next slide. Intended steps, if any, Engen intends to take in order to comply with contaminated lands. We asked them for Engen's environmental management program. We asked them for information relating to whether Engen has made financial provisions under the Petroleum Products Act. And if not, please provide necessary historical and legal reasons for not doing so. We asked copies of the refinery's environmental approvals. We asked copies of any directives of other instructions that may have been issued as a result. Next slide, please. Engen responded. as good neighbors with one page. Said, if you want information, go to PAIA. Oh, but by the way, we're really committed to engagement. And we know that, and this is according to Alison Tilley, a longtime information activist, it would be unreasonable in the extreme to force communities to use the mechanisms such as PAIA when those mechanisms are so unwieldy. We must remember Engen refused to grant us information in 1995. Our father of the nation, our first president, Tata Madiba, insisted that Engen provide us with this information. They eventually did under duress, but providing that information helped us better govern. There was better governance after this, and I'll explain. We then proved via the information we received that Engen could reduce their pollution by 80%. They agreed, Engen agreed we were correct. In a process where we got our own technical and legal people to work with the then Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism, we developed a new air quality permit for Engen, which, by the way, Chair, they agreed upon. It reduced their sulfur dioxide emissions by 80%. When we wanted to seek further reduction in cancer-causing chemicals, that's when Engen did not want to talk to us. To date, they do not have online 24-hour monitoring on their fence line for the cancer-causing chemicals, which, by the way, is common, globally, put up these monitors on the fence line. Next slide, please. We then wrote to the DG, and the DG acknowledged that we requested information, but the department did not send us the information. The DG and the DFFE, the DG said the DFFE and the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Environmental Affairs conducted a site visit. The departments did not send us the report from the site visit. Engen Refinery is still subject to a prohibition order, the DG says. And until such time that the Engen Refinery has been cleared by the Department of Labor, this department, this is the environmental department, cannot process any Engen applications in relation to the facilities decommissioning and closure activities. We don't have the Department of Labor's order, by the way. So finally, I know it's been a bit of a long presentation. This is what we want the PCC, the Portfolio Committee, to consider, and we want the Portfolio Committee to put on record so that the next Portfolio Committee can follow up on this. And we do hope that some of you are on the next Portfolio Committee so you can drive this process. The Portfolio Committee must call on the Metro to lead and act on the commencement of a just transition plan for South Durban, based upon the principles of the Presidential Climate Commission and the Life After Coal campaign, which we have in English and in isiZulu, by the way. The PC must call on the Metro to lead and act on the revitalization of the air quality monitoring and enforcement system for South Durban. The Metro must lead and act on the praxis of an open democracy that allows all information relevant to protecting one's health and well-being and to the change of Engen's process and decommissioning of Engen to be open source in the public domain. The Metro to lead and act on the meaningful and transparent participation of all interested and affected peoples and organizations in South Durban on the future of the oil refineries, including the RTT, decontamination, repurposing of the Engen and Shell BP facilities. Participation cannot be done by Engen selected public by the Joint Committee. We need public meetings with all the people of South Durban impacted upon by Engen. And finally, until the above demands are met, the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance and Groundwork says there must be a moratorium on all of Engen's activities, for we believe that until Engen and the Metro engages with the people in South Durban as per the law and the principles of the just transition, there must be a moratorium. There has to be full engagement and meaningful engagement. Next slide, please. And finally, we thank you and look forward to your feedback by a formal correspondence, Chairperson Modise, and I do know the Deputy Ministers on here, and I think maybe the DG of the DFFE is on here, and I'm hoping that the provincial KwaZulu-Natal Environmental Department is here. I know the Metro is here. We thank you, and we look forward to your feedback via formal correspondence, and we hope that the PC will ensure full transparency of the decommissioning process of Engen and the SAPREF oil refineries towards a just transition. Thank you. I hope that has summed that up quite in detail as to the history of Engen in South Durban.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peak. Mr. Mtembu, you want to subtract anything from groundwork?
Chair, Baba Motis, thanks once again. If I could please have a presentation, definitely I will be as short as possible. I saw something popping up, so I won't attempt to actually get it from my desktop because there was a problem earlier. I hope Tailega, she's assisting me on that.
Chilega?
I am, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, Chair, maybe while Tailega, she's assisting on that, if Chair, maybe and your portfolio can remember 2019, 2019 November, I visited the portfolio committee in regard to the issue of the petrochemical industries, in particular Engen, the company in question, as well as SAPREF. And I presented an extensive information in regard to equality and health and human health, especially infringed by these industries. And you know, when we're comparing apples with apples over the past years, we have seen that Engen has been loyal to themselves, and they have not been willing, as Bobby has rightfully said, they have not been willing to engage with us. And, you know, when we're comparing apples with apples, you know, SAPREF has always been willing to engage with us. I remember the MD during that time, Mr. Victor Bester, you know, never gave us a problem whenever we needed to present or whenever we needed to meet with him. It was always possible. But ever since I joined this organization, SETI, from 2008 May to date, we have never been successful in having a meeting, a constructive meeting around the environmental issues as well as the health issues with Engen. So we feel that Engen it's a company that's really disregard the health and well-being of our communities. Next slide, please. I just wanted to just put that before I move further. If maybe everyone can see, Engen Refinery, just on the blue line, that's Tara Road. Tara Road, it's one long road. Basically, there's a number of pipelines that are running parallel from that underneath the road. They are all going to the Island View Storage Facility, of which is the biggest chemical storage facility in the Southern Hemisphere. So Engen has 7 of those pipelines, and then SAPREF has 8. They're all carrying jet fuel, petrol, diesel, and LPG gas. And if you were to look at further on my top left, Safe Haven, that used to be a Clearwood called the Clearwood Racecourse. And then it used to be or host one of the biggest green lung in KZN. And it used to be the safe haven whenever, if there was an emergency between these industries, in particular Engen and SAPREF, that used to be the safe haven for the communities of Merebank and Wentworth. They were informed by the province as well as local that will be your safe haven. So that's where you actually run to. But unfortunately, as we speak, that Clearwood Racecourse has been sold to a logistics park. A very fancy name, as we all know, it's a truck depot. So there is no more a safe haven if Engen was to explode. So the communities of Wentworth and Merebank, they are just left in dismay. Next slide, please. Engen Refinery, 16 April 2006. As you can see, black thick smoke with pollutants, chemicals that is actually emanating from the plants. Those are the housing structures, those flats, as you can see there. So I won't go into the details reading literally everything that's there, but that was a large explosion that shook Wentworth and Merebank, resident leaving one worker injured in 2006. Okay, next slide, please. That Engen Refinery, 19 November 2007, storage tank with 7 million liters of petrol burnt to the ground. For over 58 hours, residents evacuated to Cloud Racecourse. At that time, the racecourse was still in use as the safe haven. Chair and honorable members, as you can see, that's scary, thick, massive fire. Unfortunately, you know, when you look at the picture, it does not actually reflect or portray the actual picture. However, that caused huge trauma to the communities of Merebank and Wentworth and Treasure Beach, because as we speak, a eThekwini emergency disaster does not have an emergency evacuation plan in place that informs the public of eThekwini, especially the communities that are fence line to these petrochemical industries, as to what they should be doing or what they should do in cases like this. Next slide, please. Fire at Engen Refinery, October 2011. As you can see, there is no emergency plan. People, when they see fire, they go and stay, not realizing the potential danger that they're actually putting their lives to, because no one is actually informed as to what they should do. So those people that you see, they literally across the road from the Engen Refinery. Next slide, please. Engine explosion, 4th December 2020. Next slide, please. That's the same explosion. As you can see, it's this refinery, it's adjacent to community, it's literally across the road. And let's put into consideration that there is no fully fledged emergency evacuation plan to inform these communities as what they should do in such instances. Next slide, please. That is flat block 10, rather. Block 10, flat burnt, and over 300 houses affected by the explosion, and people were left traumatized during the explosion. That flat, Chair and honorable members, that flat hosts different families, as you can see, and people were left stranded for a good couple of hours because there was no plan. What happened is, during the explosion, an object flew directly from the plants on top of the roof of the flat, and the flat got burnt. And that was very traumatic. While the fire is happening at the refinery, the property is actually being burnt. It was something that you couldn't wish for your worst enemy. Next slide, please. This little princess, it's a young girl. She's one of the residents with a family, with her parents that live in Block 10 flat. That she was a victim because she was burnt. She has scars as we speak on her face. She has scars on her hands. Imagine, I can never imagine my little one, not even my eldest daughter, my little one, my 9-year-old daughter, if she were to get burnt, she will live with her scars. This innocent child, she will now have to live with scars for the rest of her life because she was a victim of a fire that does not benefit anyone in a family. The same refinery does not benefit anyone in a family, anyone in a community. But now, whenever she looks at herself in the mirror, she will be seeing scars while Engen is doing business as usual, making profits at all costs and disregarding the communities. So these are the problems that we're having with these industries such as Engen, Chair. That they are law to themselves, they just do as they please. They feel that, to some extent, we sometimes feel that this refinery in particular, we feel that they have some sort of like power, you know, in our municipality. They feel that they do not owe any sort of like responsibility that they need to actually have in terms of how or to account, to be precise. Next slide, please. This is the same young girl in hospital, suffering with pains and the burns. To date, that child is no more normal because of an industry that has been making money at all costs and disregarding the human health and the environment in these communities. Next slide, please. We received over 50 pollution flaring complaints from the period of December 2023 to January 2024, emanating from Engen. So these complaints, it was people complaining in particular about Engen flaring and as well as toxic chemical emanating from the plants. So basically, most of the communities last December, especially the fence line community, they never enjoyed a Christmas. They never enjoyed a New Year. Status of Engen Refinery, it's very important for us to know and to be transparent to us, especially the fence line community, as to the operations in regard to the local authorities licensing and the scheduled trade permits. I think the previous speaker, Bobby Peak, did touch on this here. Why was there no public participation when the city authorities, the relevant authorities, gave permission to this company to actually continue business as usual? There was no public participation whatsoever, and they basically disregarded us. And we believe that as the health department, they are accountable to us as citizens and the communities that are fence line to these industries to have the decency to communicate and relay the message and the plans, whatever that they're having with the refinery. But unfortunately, that did not actually happen. A presentation required from the city regarding data from the eThekwini Municipality Health Quality Monitoring Stations. We need this data so that we understand what they were busy with during that period of December to January. Data from Engen Refinery fence line monitoring is also required. We also need to interrogate that as well. Just transition. I think Bobby spoke lengthy on this one. Just transition in regards to Engen Refinery, a presentation is required from the company. What methodology was used to consult the resident of South Durban when they handed out the permits or granted the permits for the refinery to proceed business as usual. Next slide, please. The role of National Department of Agriculture and Environmental on this matter. We want to understand the role of the National Department and of Agriculture and Environment on this matter. We require information on what activities are being done at Engen Refinery, because we've seen over the years that this refinery operates in secret and they have never been willing to engage and be accountable and account. Remember, Chair, you all visited immediately after the fire. I think you all visited South Durban. It was around January or sometime, oh no, I think late December. There was a visit from the portfolio committee, and Engen wasn't willing to meet at the Fairville School to meet with us, community representative, and the portfolio committee and the members, and them to be part of it. They decided to host the portfolio committee at the refinery, but not willing to come just across the road to also have a sort of like a meaningful engagement, you know, with all parties under the same roof. That goes to show that they are loyal to themselves. They do what they please. We require information on what activities are being done at Engen Refinery. We require information on who gave the permission and on what basis the permission was granted. What is the long-term plan of Engen? Are they still within the perimeters of the bylaws of the city? If yes, we doubt it if they're really within the perimeters of the bylaws of the city, considering all the incidents and accidents that has happened over the years. What are the people of South Durban's view of Engen's future, public participation, etc.? Can I please have the next slide? Chair, I'm not sure if the city health officials they are here, because it's always good to speak about the people while the people are there so that they are able to defend themselves if push comes to shove. I saw them at the beginning, but I don't see none of them now. I remember seeing one person from Engen. I hope they are also here as well. Can I please have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Okay, Chair, while Taleka is assisting with the next slide, I'll also just mention the issue of, during the Engen explosion, there was a directive from province for Engen to engage with the community leaders of these affected communities. And that was facilitated by Advocate Kathy. That happened in December, literally just weeks after the explosion. You still could see that Engen wasn't willing to account and to take responsibility and really be a responsible company. Throughout those engagements, at nights, in the evenings, Engen was really not playing ball. They were really, having their tactic as usual, passing the buck and whatever the case may be. But there was a report, I believe, that was sent to provincial, that was gathered by Advocate Kathy and his office, of which I think that can also be provided if push comes to shove to the portfolio committee so that you all can actually understand exactly what transpired in those engagements. Can I have the next slide, please? Chair, I'm not sure. Am I still audible?
Loud and clear. All we expect for you is to summarize now, Mr. Zulu.
Okay, Chair. Can I please have my next slide, please? All right, thanks. So this is a list of pollutants monitored across the eThekwini AQMPs, air quality monitoring stations. So as you can see, basically, if you were to look at sulfur, sulfur is the most pollutants that's common around South Durban and Durban in particular. As you can see, most of the air quality monitoring stations, they do monitor for sulfur dioxide. And looking at PM 2.5, PM10, the particulates, and some of the stations, they do not monitor for these pollutants. So basically, from these stations that we can see now, after the floods, we have been told by the city authority, the relevant officials, that some of these stations, they are not fully fledged, they are not operational because they were affected by the floods. And we expect that they should be up and running because that means there's a lot of data that's not forthcoming. There's data gaps because those stations, they are not reading anything and they are not producing any results. So basically, I also just wanted to show these slides. And yeah, So I won't dwell into the nitty-gritties, but yeah, basically this is some of the stuff that we can see. School learners guessed by a factory. This is not Engen in particular, but these are the sufferings of communities, especially in the fence line communities, of which is totally unacceptable, because if we were to consider Section 24A that everyone is well aware of, it literally does not mean nothing to these communities, because if they were to challenge these industries, this multinational, based on that section alone, it will be a fruitless exercise, because we know these industries, they law to themselves, you know, they have all the money you can think of, and they can hire the best lawyers that you can think of. Next slide, please. Benzene, VOCs, benzene, it's carcinogenic. It's very important for me to mention. I won't read everything that's here, but benzene is one of the most dangerous pollutants. As we all know, it's carcinogenic, cancer causer, and it emanates from petrochemical industries. And benzene is one of the common problem in the South Durban communities emanating from these industries. So over the past decades, ever since Engen was there, you know, it was ExxonMobil that time, 1953, and 1963 when SAPREF came through. You know, the communities of Merebank, Wentworth, Isipingo, Umlazi, Lamontville, their lungs have been used as filters of these toxins for decades, and these industries have never been punished for their wrongdoings, regardless of our Section 24A in our Constitution. So this rings a bell, and it makes us ask ourselves questions to say, is really our Constitution something that our communities can really, you know, applaud and feel comfortable that it's something that is there and it's meaningful to them? Next slide, please. Section 24 in our Constitution. Everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being. It's very, very important, and this section, Chair, no one can dispute it. You know, industries, they're well aware of this section, but they disregard it. What is our city officials? What is our relevant city officials doing about this section? Because on the letter that Bobby Peak spoke about, the response from Honorable Minister Barbara Creasy, I sent a letter to her on the 22nd of January 2024, and her email landed on my computer yesterday afternoon, and it states very clearly, you know, that Section 4 of the Constitution assigns regulatory powers over air quality to the local spheres of government. The eThekwini Metro Municipality, in terms of Section 36(1) of the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act 2004, NEMA, is the competent authority to implement the atmospheric emission licensing system as provided for the NEMA. But now the big question is, do our authorities, our municipality, eThekwini municipality, understand the powers bestowed on them? Are they doing justice in terms of ensuring that our communities are really protected from these gigantic industries that are law to themselves? I doubt it. And most people there, they also doubt it as well. Section 41, Principles of Cooperative Governance and Intergovernmental Relations, says all spheres of government and all organs of state within each spheres must, I think that's very important, not should, but must, secure the well-being of the people of the Republic. You know, our Constitution, Chair, really, it's really, I think sometimes our government, our officials, they are shooting themselves on the foot when you're taking what is said on our constitution and comparing it to the reality of what is happening on the ground. Next slide, please. Withholding information, Section 32, access to information. Any information held by the state. This includes environmental information, which according to the Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration, each individual shall have appropriate access to information concerning the environment that is held by the public authorities, including information on hazardous materials and activities in their communities, and the opportunity to participate in decision-making processes. States shall facilitate and encourage public awareness and participation by making information widely available. This section as well, Chair, it's very, very crucial. And it's a section that I think our eThekwini Metro should be really looking at and making sure that they consider all these sections that I've said. Next slide, please. Air Quality Management Forum.
How many more do we need? How many more slides are left, Mr. Mtembu?
Probably about 5 more slides, Chair. I'll be quick. For
Please,
open democracy, thanks, Chair. For open democracy to work, there must be openness and respect, accountability, access to information, so that we arrive at a sound decision, putting plans in place to make relevant information easily accessible to the public. Next slide, please. Chair, this one, Des is not here to explain about this, but I also want to mention that our municipal mayor, Mr. Kaunda, he was nominated as a champion for C40 air quality. C40 as eThekwini is the, I'm not sure what it is, because really I beg to differ on that award, because there's a lot that we really need to speak about. I wish that Honorable Kaunda would have actually made a meeting and engage with us, so that he understands, you know, the critical issues and our people that are faced with, especially the fence line communities that are faced with. And we're only mentioning Engen in particular in this instance, but there's a lot of other wrongdoings from these multinationals. I won't even mention Sapi Cycle, that has been fined 8 million just last year because of not complying on the scheduled trade permits. There's a host of issues in South Durban, Chair. But without wasting time, ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngiyathemba ukuthi imbuzo it will also trigger more some of the information that I could not touch on due to time. Ngiyabonga.
So, Mr. Mtembu, honorable members. Oh wait, can we get Engen Refinery, Honorable Winkler, with your indulgence? If Engen is here, is the metro here? eThekwini Metro. Yes, Engen Refinery is there. Patutselo.
eThekwini is here, Chair.
Oh yes. Okay. Okay. We're really running out of time. Let me see. 1:14. Okay. Let's take a summary. Please don't respond to any issues from that presentation. I know that honorable members might have read these presentations in their own time. Engen, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and all protocol observed. Upfront, I want to convey the apology from our CEO, Mr. Silan Naidu, for not being able to join us in this meeting due to prior commitments. Today, Mr. Chair, I'm with a team. I'm with, this is the team members who are senior managers at Engen, and they have joined the presentation, and they will be here if there are any other questions that I need to respond to. In terms of our agenda, these are the topics that I'm just going to be talking about, Mr. Chair. We'll be talking about the status of the site that we have heard from both Bobby and Bongani, and then we will also, so as a start, Mr. Chair, I want to demonstrate to you in terms of the work that has been done by Engen over the years. But firstly, we have had in 2020, we heard from the previous speakers that the Engen Refinery stopped operating. And in 2021, a decision was made to convert the refinery into a terminal. At the same time and into 2023, several activities have been taking place at the site. This included removing hydrocarbon from the equipment and making the site safe. During this period, honorable members, we had extensive stakeholder engagement with local community and existing groups within the community, different tiers of government, as well as economic development agencies regarding the status of our refinery. Furthermore, the engagements were used to share the thinking from Engen to work with stakeholders to co-create the future of the facilities. During the time, we also looked at these options in terms of how best to repurpose the refinery land, as well as the equipment that is present in the refinery land. We continue engaging with authorities to ensure that during the period we are still in compliance with all the authorizations that have been issued to us, as well as inquiry whether we need any new authorizations. And the refinery was formally converted into a terminal in 2021. And in 2024, we are continuing with looking at the possibility in terms of how best to repurpose the refinery and the land. Mr. Chair, I thought maybe it would be important for me to just indicate how to, in terms of the process flow for the refinery before it was closed. So you'll have your crude tanker coming in, and then you will have the refining processes, and eventually after all the processes, you'll have different types of finished products, including LPG, petrol, solvents, and so on and so forth. So these are the outcomes of what we used to have when the refinery was operating. But since the closure of the refinery, as well as part of what we looked at as regarding what best to do to repurpose the refinery, one of the projects that came to fruition is the conversion of producing your solvents from already refined products. Remember, we used to have crude coming in, and then you'll have many of these processes, and only then through the KHT you'll produce solvents. But what we have now done is to eliminate most of the processes that resulted in some of the emissions, and then get the refined product and convert it into solvents. So that is the process, and what Setsi just mentioned when he was talking about the activities that have been happening since December of 2023. So this is not a new activity within the Engen Refinery. We just started at the middle of that to convert, to produce the solvents. Regarding the the compliance status, it has been discussed. We are still complying with all our authorizations, and throughout the time ever since the refinery was closed, we still ensure that we comply with what is expected of us in terms of the scheduled trade permit, AEL, and so on and so forth. We even during this particular time were able to get additional authorizations to continue to ensure that we are still compliant. We engage regularly with the authorities and the community, and this includes the provincial department, the national department, as well as the metro. And as indicated in the previous presentations, some of the officials of the departments have come and visited Engen Refinery so that they can have a better understanding of what processes are we doing and what is happening in the refinery. In 2022, we were issued the remediation order under Section 8 of NEMWA, and we comply with all the requirements so far. Here we have the refinery precinct, and we have placed a fence, we have fence line monitoring around the refinery. Yes, Bobby is correct when he says that we don't have an online monitoring, but we do have monitoring at the different sites within the refinery. The following graphs are going to show our emissions at the different points around the refinery precinct compared to the ambient air quality standards. Just a reminder that the ambient air quality standards define the air that is not harmful to human beings. So we measure ourselves against those standards. And where there are no national standards, we look at either the WHO or the US EPA. So this is benzene monitoring, where we have our annual rolling average. The red line is the standard that was put in place, is 5 micrograms per cubic meter. And you can see that this graphs show information from 2028 until 2023. So throughout the entire period, we have been compliant with the benzene standards. This is the toluene standard. This is the WHO air quality guideline, because there's no national one. And you can see that the measured ambient air quality in the area is far below the standard. This is ethyl benzene. You can see that in terms of the monitoring stations, they can't pick up any of this, and we're using US EPA IRIS guideline. And this is xylene, and even with this using the WHO, we can see that the ambient air quality is not compromised. Coming directly to some of the issues that have been described, I just want to talk about a little bit about the SO2 as well as the particulate matter. The two graphs show the refinery when it was operating in 2029. So we chose the 2029 baseline because it is the final year when the refinery was operating 100%. 2020, we all remember that we had COVID coming in, so I thought it would be better to demonstrate from 2029. So from 2029, our SOx emissions have gone down significantly, and the same applies with the particulate matter. I have included a little bit about, you will see that 2023, there's a slight increase from 0.012 to 0.003 because of the KHT operation that I described, the one I indicated that it started in December 2023. It is important just to indicate to the members that 2023 compared to the other data is not a 12 months data, because at that time the KHT was not operating for 12 months. The next one is regards to flaring. So we do get complaints regarding flaring. Our authorizations, our AEL does have the, it gives us permission for certain allowable flaring. And we have not exceeded the flaring until in 2020, where it was exceeded. And this happened during the time when we had the refinery, around the time when we had the refinery fire. So besides that, we haven't had any of those exceedances. And so going back to continuing, we have here I didn't want just to indicate in terms of the SOx, the NOx, as well as the BTEX, but the closure of the refinery provided us with an opportunity to contribute positively in terms of climate change mitigation. Since the closure of the refinery using the 2019 baseline, we have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by over 80%, and we continue with our pollution control measures. We still continue maintaining our assets, the pipeline, the tanks, and so on and so forth, to ensure that they are safe. We have a floating and geodesic dome for the tanks. We continue with we have a vapor recovery unit at our rail siding. We continue with the fence line monitoring. We continue for the refinery with the LGR, as well as when necessary, doing some point emission testing. In addition to the reductions with respect to reduction in greenhouse gases, we have reduced water use significantly when we closed the refinery. And given that South Africa is a water scarce country, this contributes positively to ensuring that to some extent it mitigates the water challenges. There's a peak in 2023 in terms of the water use, if you look at it. And this is because during that time, as I indicated previously, that we were busy with cleaning and keeping the site safe, cleaning and removing hydrocarbons from tanks and pipeline. So we use some of the water during that time as part of cleaning the tanks process. We do have a community complaints platform. These are the complaints that were registered from 2019 until end of 2023. It's important to note that what we tried to do with these community complaints is to remove the community complaints that we had due to the fire, because they, in our view, they were going to distort what we see here. So these community complaints are not related to the fire. There may be some, but we tried to remove those that we believe that they were due to fire. And so the green bar talks to the community complaints that are generally, but given that the letter talked primarily about the smell, the orange bar shows the complaints related to smell. And in 2023, we have, these are the complaints, and only one of them is related to smell based on our assessment. And every time there's a complaint, the team goes out, investigates the complaint, and goes back to the person who has complained to make sure they understand what happened. Engen has a long history of engagement with the Durban South community. Various forums have been in place over the years, as shown in this particular diagram. And we rely a lot on what the stakeholders say. And from time to time, we review the forum so that it's aligned with what the stakeholders are saying. So you can see from 2009, we have had your CSF, and then we conducted a perception audit in 2018. The report came out in 2019, and we reviewed the membership as well as the strategy for the ECSF. In 2021, you did hear from one of the presenters that we were, after the fire, we were issued with a directive by the provincial department to get an independent facilitator to assist us in coming up with a community engagement forum. So we did appoint the facilitator, and he formed what was then called an independent community stakeholder engagement forum. And this happened of almost a year or just over a year. And after the engagement and after the report has been released by the facilitator, and the ECSF was dissolved, and a joint interim committee was formed as recommended by the report of the facilitator. And based on that, we then in the JIC, we had some members of the ECSF and a 13-man delegation. The JC endorsed the final engagement model that was, and this was established during that time. So in terms of our engagement, honorable members, I indicated the joint Engen Joint Committee is co-created through the facilitation of the advocate with the community and Engen, and it meets monthly. It includes community representatives from Wentworth, Merebank, Umlazi, and Lamontville. The terms of reference were guided by the executive committee, and it is important, members of the portfolio committee, honorable members, that we did invite the NGOs, the environmental NGOs that exist in Durban South, to join and be part of the joint committee, and that we still are ready to join, for them to join us, so that we can work together for the benefit of the Durban South community. The agenda is prepared and sent to community reps to provide inputs. Therefore, anyone can contribute in terms of the decisions and the discussions that happen in the JC. There are several subcommittees. There's one on health and safety and environment, localization, social investment, as well as governance. as part of the work that has been done by the joint committee, there are several projects that we co-created with the community. There are skills development that is done for the people within the community, including training on artisan learnerships, as well as adult-based education and training. We work with the community. They identify any projects that they want to assist with, and we have done so with several of the schools there. Where there are challenges, financial challenges, we assist to pay for the education of some of the members' children in the community. We work with the community in terms of community well-being and development. I will try and not go read all of this because we have submitted. We have honorable members. We are very proud at Engen of our Engen Maths and Science.
Chairperson, sorry to do this, but my hand is up.
I hear you, Honorable Singh. Please come in.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chairperson. No, my hand was up, but I thought perhaps you didn't see it. Chairperson, we are 15 minutes away from the time the bells are going to ring for a very, very important plenary session, and we're not even done yet with Engen, which seems to be a very technical presentation, whereas the whole issue here is about communication. I don't know how you want to deal with the matters further, because there's still Durban, and we certainly, some of us have to go because we are participating in the debates. So perhaps we must try and apply our minds of how we can take these discussions forward at some other time, because I don't believe that we can conclude the questions and the discussions. And for me personally, Honorable Chairperson, this is deja vu, because in 1998, it was through my intervention with Wali Musa at that time, when I was MEC, that there was a pact signed between the community and the three spheres of government, which is something that we need to reintroduce. But I'm just asking for guidance on how do we proceed, Honorable Chairperson.
I am with you, Honorable Singh. Honorable members, can I check if there's any other take on this view, given the significance of the issues raised by Honorable Singh? Honorable Winkler?
Thank you, Chair. So I completely agree. This is a long-standing issue. It's multifaceted, and it really does require the time and space to really interrogate the presentations. It's something that we can't do due diligence to in 15 or 10 minutes. So I would suggest that we have a reconvene the session where we can, I think, spend enough time. I'm looking at the discussions and the questions. Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler. Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Mtunu?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think it's really a pity and that we can't conclude this matter at the moment, given the situation, listening to the presentations, because we need, as we have done with the previous item, that we listen to all the stakeholders, all those that are involved, get their inputs, but also as a portfolio committee, apply our minds, ask questions so that we can get more clarity and direction from now onwards. I would like to agree, Honorable Chairperson, that we reschedule this presentation. I don't know how far can we go, but I think the Chairperson in consultation with all the other members will be able to give us guidance on when to reconvene, because I don't know if we can reconvene today or any time during the week, or maybe after Chilega consults the Parliament for rescheduling of the meeting. But I think we need to do that, Chair, so that we can do justice on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, can I check first with SDCEA? Will you be available tomorrow?
Chair, most definitely, Chair. Most definitely, I fully agree with the honorables, because really there's a lot that needs to be discussed, that we also in disagreement with the previous presentation. Thank you.
No, Mr. Mthembu, wait. We'll come to disagreements and agreements. Can we focus on the rescheduling? Mr. Peak,
Honorable Chair,
will you be available tomorrow?
Honorable Chair, unfortunately, I'm not available tomorrow. We are launching the report into the climate fire, which I presented earlier, extracts of that report. But I think I don't want to hold up the meeting. I think the meeting can go on if the meeting has to go on, and I will correspond with SETSI to the portfolio committee to learn about the outcomes. I don't want my participation to hold you up, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the portfolio committee.
Chileka, are we able to reschedule tomorrow 9:30?
I'll check, Chair, what is happening in the House in the morning.
Honorable.
And then we also need to apply to House Chair because tomorrow is not our day.
Yeah, I can speak to him on the sidelines.
Sure.
Honorable Brian, are you available tomorrow? Honorable Weber?
Yes, Chair, I think we will be. I just want to add something. Mr. Bowie-Pig, if it's possible that there might just be a representative from Groundwork so that they can follow the meeting for continuity, please. Chair, through you, please.
Honorable Kanjo, are you available tomorrow?
Yes, Chair, I'm available tomorrow.
Deputy Minister, I know you have a very busy schedule. Will you be available tomorrow?
Chairperson, tomorrow it's a cabinet meeting in the morning, but I think we deputies will leave after an hour, which is at about 9:30, and rushing to the airport. I think I will be in for an hour. From there, then I will be on the flight. For an hour, I can be part of that, yes. But our DDGs are there. We have our DDGs, they will be there.
Okay, thanks. I think that can be helpful.
Honorable
Mbata, can you assist us tomorrow? Can you be available at 9:30?
Yes, Chair, I will be available.
Thank you. Honorable Dlamini, can you be available tomorrow 9:30?
Yes, Chair, I will be.
Thank you very much. Honorable Winkler?
Yes, Chair, I will make myself available.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Benderman, may I request that you avail yourself and other DDGs relevant for this discussion? We really want to take this opportunity and apologize unreservedly. We know you have other engagements like everybody else, but the kind of a debate that is taking place today in the passing of bills cannot be postponed. We overstayed in the earlier presentations. Is that doable?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we will make sure that we are well represented. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Can we then agree that I will try and call the House Chairperson for approval, and then communication will be sent to you latest tonight?
Chairperson, sorry. I just thought one important component of this meeting will be representatives from Durban, political and administrative representatives from the eThekwini municipality, because they are the crux. They are the crux of what is happening there.
You're correct, Honorable Singh. Ovenda.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Chair.
May we request your indulgence, my brother, that you avail yourself tomorrow at 9:30?
Definitely, Chair. I'm available tomorrow 9:30.
Oh, wonderful. And then the Department of Environment, will you be available tomorrow 9:30?
Is that the provincial department?
The Yeah, the provincial department. Are they here?
Chair, greetings. Yes, Chair, I will be available. Utoto Dlamini from the province. Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize again unreservedly on behalf of the committee. I agree that this is a very important matter that cannot be postponed any further. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for availing yourself today and tomorrow. And this discussion will proceed from the presentation of South Durban Engen Refinery. Can we close this meeting for today and continue tomorrow?
Honorable Chair, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Yes, I'm just trying to check. So tomorrow, do I start with the at the beginning, or do I just do the 3 remaining slides? I need direction.
No, we'll continue from where we left off, ma'am. The few slides that are left towards conclusion. So in essence, our meeting should take about an hour tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much.
Will you be available?
I will make myself available, Honorable Chair.
We appreciate it. Let's then close it on that note, honorable members, and join Parliament, and then we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you very much, and the meeting is closed.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.